so it won't be necessary to do that now. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and make a clear cross in the box alongside the name of the nominated member of his or her choice. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members should fold their paper in a way that the official mark can be seen by the assistant returning officer at the ballot box. After the assistant returning officer has noted the mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and return to their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote.
Before that, Chief Justice, a point of before.
Hello?
Honorable Chief Justice.
Yes.
My name is
Which rule is that?
Bendizama ujonga into yoba ingaba ii-party agents xa kuzawuvotwa nje azifuneki na.
No party agents. Please proceed, returning officer. Returning officer.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bapti, EV.
That quick? Oh, it's only two. But only once. Oh. I'm saying, is it that quick now? I remember I only vote once. One position. Not many. I'm used to voting for top 7 or. Yeah. You vote once. And one person. That will count.
Bartlett, M. Passon, LJ. Bateman, AG. Bath, EM. Beasley, AD. Bergman, D. Bila, TJ. Bilankulu, NK. Blosse, MB. Bodlani, TK.
was nice. It's only when the was contested.
Ballman NJ, Boshielo SP, Boshoff WJ, Botius A, Bradenbach G, Bioke MJ, Benz Ngamashe Z, Butelezi EM, Butelezi NZ, Butelezi SA.
Cameroon I, Kapa RN, Sebekulu RN, Tabane MS, Trans RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, JTM, Chikunga LS, Christians DC. Chrissy BD, Cuthbert MJ, David SW. De Blog van Scheltinga, De Brain, AD, that's the initial. De Brain K, De Lille P, De Villiers JN. Denier H, Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Didiza AT, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M.
Dlelanga M, Dagmo CM, Dunjwa ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F. Freeman E. Frenchman S. Frolic CT Ghana SM.
Gancho N, Gcilishe S, Gwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Gina N, Godlimbi Z, Godongwana E.
Gondwe MM, Gous R, Govana Y, Graham Mare SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Gwahube S, Hadebe NM, Hala MM, Hassan F. Hatting C, Hendricks MGE, Hlabisa VF, Hlengwa M, Hlongo AS, Hlonyana KNF, Olomisa BH, Horn W, Hansinga CHH, Ishmael H.
Jacobs LC, James DE, Jonas GF, Jordan C, Kihakilwe BM, Kekana PS, Habo GD, Hobisa Ngaba K, Kakao KL.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JO, Klopper DD, Kobe MP, Kola D.
Kamala was JQ.
Okay. Kumalo JQ, Komane LM, Kornoff GW, Kruger HCC, Kubai MT, Kumbacha AN, Kwangwa NLS, Labuschagne C, Lamula RO, Leroux KWD, Lihuete MD.
Ze lees dit is my daar voor en dan is dit die chief hoop. Ag ons het mos nou die my maar sy was nie dan die chief hoop dan is ek leader of executive.
Likhanyane MS, Litlape MS, Litlape TKS, Litsie WT, Litsike MSE, Likaraba LE, Linde E, Lorima JRB, Lotriet A, Low STD.
Lucas S.E., Lutuli B.N., Mabe B.P., Mabena T.P., Machi B.E., Macpherson D.W., Madigizela B.S., Maduna N., Maeko S.M.
Magagula, TE. Mahambehlala, T. Mahlangu, SS. Mahlatsi, LW. Mahlaule, MG. Mahlobo, MD. Mahumapelo, SOR. Maimola, PR. Maimane, MA.
Maimela KJ, Majodina PCP, Majosi Z, Makasi N, Mahato MP, Makubela LS, Malatsi MS, Malema JS, Malemacha CN.
Managa L. Manamela KB. Maneli BM. Mandashe GS. Manyi M. Mawodre OMC. Mare EJ. Mare P. Mahau TL. Masango BS.
Maseko LM, Masemula ND, Mashabela NR, Mashatile SP, Mashele TV, Masina MC, Masondo D, Maswanganyi MJ, Matabata CS.
Matafa OM, Matale CC, Matulelwa B, Matthais L, Matiase NS, Matsone NWA, Mbio IM.
Mackenzie G, Maklua JJ, Mkunu ES, Mkunu TVB, Mdluli MM, Mente Nkuna NV, Meshwe KRJ, Meth N.
Mgcina, PS, Mgweba, T, Mahawule, MR, Mhlawuli, NB, Mhlongo, NH, Mikalakis, G, Mileham, KJ.
Mkhaliphi HO, Mkhize ZL, Mkhonto CN, Mkhwebane BJ, Mkutu L, Mulutsani ML, Mngwango MA, Mganga Cabashe LA. Modise Mpya M, Moela MS, Mufokeng ML, Mogale TP, Morai SJ, Mushala MR, Mukwena JL, Mukwena LG, Mulweli NA.
Muntwedi MK, Moore SJ, Muraka AT, Murulong IK, Mosikatsi S, Mutsecha MA, Mutswale DPA, MPTL, Mkhacha M, Mtolo NE, Mulder CP, Munyai TB, Mutambi AF. Mfana NQ, Mayback NG, Nalumango RS, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalane NA, Ndamase P, Ndlozi MQ. Nila May HE, Nel AC, Nemadzinga Chabalala, J, Ngobo SL, Ngobeni LM, Ntlantla ME, Nana ME, Nihouse CJ, Nkabane NP. Nkopane NS, Nkosi NE, Nodada BB, Noluchungu NJ, Nontenja City, Nonsele M, Ngola X, Ntlangwini EN, Chalinchali LL, Chabeni KPS, Ntuli M, Nyonzo M, Nzimande BE, Nzuza NB, Pambo V, Peach WD.
Peterson JS, Pasha MJ, Piri CM, Polwane MB, Blakis WTD, Pool CJ, Potgieter LR, Powell EL, Pule DD.
Honorable members, if you could reduce the noise so that those whose names are called will be able to hear when their names are called. Please reduce the noise. Thank you.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramolubeng A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Roque FS.
Sangoni, KLN, Sapo, L, Sarupen, AN, Sols, A, Shikering, L, Schreiber, LA, Siabi, AM, Sitlolo, IS, Sikowati, SC.
They are all red.
Silamulela SD, Senne MM, Shabangu FL, Shelembe ML, Shikwambana M, Shibambu NF, Shibiti TG, Sibia NM.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R.
Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Somba Masiu NS, Soyu MM, Spies ERJ, Steenhuisen JH, Subrati SI, Swart SN, Swarts B, Tafeni N.
Techana Y, Tembekwayo SS, 3 WM, Tikana Gotiwe W, Tito LF, Thong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP.
Tsotetsi, NT, Van der Merwe, LL, Van der Walt, D, Van Standen, PA, Van Zyl, AM, Vilakazi, SG, Wakelin, KH, Webster, NL, Vessels, WW.
Whitfield AG, Velskart C, Xabantshaba PP, Xhego ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zikalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Honorable members, are there any members of the House who have been sworn in who have not been called to vote? No. Okay, we are done then. The assistant returning officers will now close and seal the boxes, the ballot boxes.
Chief Justice,
Yes?
can we be explained to the process now? Where are you going with these ballots?
I'm sorry?
Because it would seem to me a free and fair election with nothing to hide if you count there where we are seeing all of us. But maybe in the intelligence of the Chief Justice, there is something else. We wanted to hear what is the procedure? Why are you closing and all of that?
Well, I'll tell you the procedure now. The proceedings are suspended now to enable the returning officer to count the votes and to report to me. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of proceedings.
Chief Justice,
Chief Justice.
can these cameras that are showing us here
Chief
when we
Justice?
speak, go
Yes.
also show the vote counting? I'm speaking.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chief Justice.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'll give you attention just now.
Okay, thanks.
Secretary. Let me read this before I give you attention. Your question might fall away. The counting of votes goes according to the following rules. As soon as the voting has been completed, the presiding officer must suspend the proceedings, and the returning officer and the assistant returning officers must remove the ballot box and all papers to a room where the counting is to take place. That's 7-1. 7-2, the ballot box must be opened by the returning officer in the presence of the presiding officer, and the counting of the votes must then be proceeded with. 3, no person other than the presiding officer, the returning officer, and the assistant returning officers may be present in the room while the votes are being counted. 4, after the votes have been counted, the returning officer must report to the presiding officer, informing him or her of the result of the counting of the votes. 5, on receipt of the report, the presiding officer must return to the place of the meeting, which is here, and announce the results of the election. 6A, the returning officer must retain the nomination papers, the used ballot papers, and the counterfoils thereof in a sealed packet for a period of at least 1 year. B, the sealed packet may not be opened except by an order of court.
Chief Justice. Chief Justice.
Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes. Honorable member.
We want to state the simple and obvious fact that Rule 7.3 can't be constitutional can't be consistent with the democratic culture of observing the counting of votes. You can't have a rule that says that when the counting happens, the presiding officer must be alone without any observation. It doesn't happen anywhere under a democratic process. So this rule is undemocratic. You can't go and count the votes in secret somewhere, in a room without us observing what is happening with the votes. So when we had a secret ballot on President Zuma and majority of, or some members of the ANC, including President Ramaphosa, voted against Zuma in a secret ballot, we counted in the middle of this National Assembly chamber in front of everyone and observing that particular process. So please delete that thing of number 3, and then we open the ballot there, and then we count the votes in front of everyone. That is how we must proceed. Please.
This rule has been here for many years. This is a rule that was here in 2019. It is a rule that was here in 2014, on my understanding. This is a rule that had been, one of the rules that had been made by the previous Chief Justice, which has been taken over, which has simply been taken over by me. So the rules as they stand are those rules that applied in 2019 and I believe before, and the only change I made was in the annexures. So the rules are the same, but I cannot decide to delete the rule as it is. It is in here. If it's unconstitutional, it would have to be set aside by a competent court.
No. Chief Justice?
Chief Justice,
Yes?
may I have your attention the side from the ANC?
Yes.
I think he's recognizing me, Bra Buti.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to see who is speaking.
It's Ndlozi.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes, thanks, Chief Justice. Chief Justice, these rules are not the rules of Parliament, number one. And number two, you cannot say because apartheid made a law and I inherited it, even if it is undemocratic, I have nothing to do. That can't be a responsible response. As the head of the judiciary, we are appealing that surely you agree it is undemocratic to say the counting cannot be observed. What are we teaching the country now? What are we telling the South Africans who are watching these proceedings? What are we telling the international community? That a head of our judiciary says a counting is going to be done in secret. We are appealing to you. Set this rule aside. Nobody will do anything. It's your rule. It's not us. It doesn't have to be subjected to anything. It is undemocratic. It's inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And no one is going to lose anything. These cameras that are showing me now must zoom in as the counting is happening. The last thing I want to say, in 2019, there was an outright winner. In 2019, there was no contestation. But we have been here when there was a contestation and voting happened in secret, but counting was observed by everyone. And it happened on the floor of the National Assembly. Musi Maimane was contesting, Honorable Musi Maimane was contesting Honorable Gedle Hlegisa Jikitshela Mkhonto Zuma. And we counted here. But I'm appealing to you, Deputy, Chief Justice. It's undemocratic to say a counting cannot be observed.
Honorable Chief Justice.
I'm going to allow a limited time of discussion on this in terms of Rule 8.3 of the rules governing this sitting, which is part of the amendments that were made yesterday. It allows me to allow very limited discussion. I've heard Mr. Ndlozi, and basically his concern is that the counting should happen here. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yeah. And he says that in the past it has happened. Let me hear a few more views.
Honorable Chief Justice.
Let me start this side.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Just a couple of things. I think it would be improper for us to essentially want to amend rules which were approved by the Chief Justice on the 27th of May. Additionally, these rules were circulated to members of Parliament, and therefore, if members of Parliament had problems with particular rules here, that those should have been raised before. We cannot now be sitting here and asking to amend rules on the fly. It would essentially delegitimize the fact that we've got approved by rules that are governing the section. In addition to that, these rules are not just rules that have been created by the Chief Justice. They emanate from the Constitution under Section 9 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. So I think it would be improper for us to now belatedly say we want to change rules on the floor of the House.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, some of us, you can't see
Honorable
us, who are
Chief
behind
Justice.
the voting booth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. I would like to suggest that instead of having the counting taking place here at the plenary, let's rather agree as a sitting that we designate party whips to observe the counting wherever it will be taking place, rather than having it taking place at the plenary of the city. I'm of the view that that approach would not necessarily cause the amendments of the rules, but it addresses the concern arising from what has been referred to as a past experience, where the counting was observed at the plenary of the National Assembly. That's what we want to propose. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Chief Justice.
1 sec, I'll be with you just now. I'm
Julius
advised
Malema here,
that
Chief Justice.
I'll come to the one who wishes to have my attention. I'm advised that because it's a new parliament, there wouldn't be any whips. You would have to have representatives. So maybe your proposal would need to be amended to say, instead of whips, representatives of parties.
Yes, Chief Justice, I would
be-
support that. We have
okay.
each party represented. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Chief Justice Julius Malema.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I never thought I would sit in a meeting where we argue with the head of the judiciary about internationally acceptable methods of running a democratic elections. The observation, for you to observe the elections, is a democratic practice which is internationally acceptable. And we cannot have a debate about that. And no one, Chief Justice, stands to lose anything out of observation of elections unless someone seeks to do something that is undemocratic. But if it is in line with democratic principles, it is internationally acceptable that a free and fair elections will, amongst other things, include that there were observers who observed the proceedings of the elections. So I fully support what Honorable Ntuli suggests, that if you want to go and then enjoy Cape Town while people are counting, Let's get people to go and represent us. But in the past, and all members who are returning members here know it, in the past we used to count in the middle of the plenary. It's not something strange. And Floyd was an observer in one of those countings that happened here. And Honorable Musi was a candidate of such a contestation. Those people, both of them are here, who were there before. So we support that motion, and anything else that is not democratic that is being suggested by the DA is not supported, is strongly opposed, because it even comes from wrong people.
Chief Justice
Okay, honorable members.
Nabayomzi Kwangwa from the UDM.
Honorable members, I know that there are members who still want to say something. Among the rules that were introduced into the rules by way of amendment yesterday, there is Rule 8.3. Rule 8, and I'll start reading from 8.1. It reads, this rule shall apply to any procedural matters not provided for in these rules which are relevant to the business of the day. 2, a question of procedure may be raised with the presiding officer's leave by a member, or in the event of an election under these rules in the National Council of Provinces, or head of a provincial delegation on behalf of a delegation, and seconded by another member or by a head of another delegation on behalf of such other delegation as the case may be. 3, if he or she considers it necessary or desirable in a particular case, the presiding officer may permit a discussion of the question and may limit participation in and the duration of the discussion in such manner as he thinks fit. A question of procedure posed by a member and seconded by another member in terms of this rule must address a procedural matter in relation to the proceedings to which these rules apply. And the provisions, the amendments, ultimately give the presiding officer, which is me in this case, to deal with the matter as I see fit, which I read to be a qualification of the other rules. Therefore, unless there is an opposition to the suggestion made by the member here, I'm inclined to accept the proposal that there would be representatives of various parties present when the counting happens. So I'm inclined to agree, one representative per party to observe during the counting in the counting room. It looks like everybody accepts that. Thank you. That is the ruling.
We've started now. Superior logic will always prevail.
Thank you. Well, we've disposed of that issue, so therefore now I had already said I'm suspending the proceedings, so the proceedings are suspended so that the returning officers can go and count. And representatives, one representative per party may attend and observe. Please, those representatives who will go to the counting room, please don't take any photos. Or if you can...
Chief Justice.
Don't go in there with cell phones. Don't go in there with cell phones. Okay.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
It's Singh from the IFP.
Yes.
No, we agree with the ruling and the principle of observing. Can we designate those members here as the returning officers were designated before we proceed to the room? So that we'll have an idea of who's representing which party. Thank you.
Or you mean each party can then say who their representative will be? Is that what you submit? Mr. Singh?
Yes, IFP will be represented by myself. Thank
Okay.
you, Chief Justice.
Can each party just announce who? Can each party announce who their representative will be, just so that
Justice.
only the representatives will be allowed in the room? The space is not big.
Chief Justice, the ANC.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The ANC will be represented by Honorable Pemi Majotina.
Secretary, you will be taking the names. Thank you very much.
Chief Justice,
Yes.
the United Democratic Movement will be represented by Ngabayomzi Kwangwa.
Thank you. This is the UDM.
Chief
DA.
Justice,
Thank you.
the African Transformation Movement will be represented by the President of ATM, Vuyo Zungula. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief Justice.
Please raise hands.
Yes,
DA.
I thought we were going to go by descending size of parties, but nonetheless,
It's too late.
Yes.
but nonetheless, the Democratic Alliance will be represented by Honorable Sarupin. Thanks.
Chief Justice.
What is the name? Oh, you've got it, yeah. Sorry, do you want
Chief Justice.
If you raise your hand, you enable me to see.
Yeah, the economic freedom fighters will be represented by Commissar Natasha Ntlangweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Chief
Member.
Justice,
Yes.
the Patriotic Alliance will be represented by Jasmine Peterson, Honorable Jasmine Peterson.
Thank you. You got the name?
Chief Justice,
Yes.
the ACDP will be represented by Honorable Steve Swart.
Thank you very much.
Chief
Yes.
Justice, Build One South Africa will be represented by Nobuntu Hlazo Webster.
Thank you very much. You got the name?
Chief Justice, Action SA will be represented by Lerato Ngobeni.
Thank you very much. Are we done with all the parties?
Chief Justice,
Yes.
the National Colored Congress will be represented by Sakina Frenchman.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, the Freedom Front Plus will be represented by myself, Dr. Mulder. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Yeah, can I see a hand up so it makes things easier?
UAT
Yes.
will be represented by Wanda Mahlatsi.
Okay.
Chief Justice,
Yes, go ahead.
Rise Mzansi will be represented by Makashule Ghana.
Thank you very much. Have all parties disclosed the identity of their representatives? It looks like they have. Thank you very much. The proceedings are then suspended.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and changemakers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
This is Parliament TV, and thank you for staying tuned on this historic day, the inaugural sitting of the 7th Parliament. If you are just joining us, the proceedings are well on the way since the start of the sitting at 10 a.m. today. The members of the National Assembly have been sworn in, and now the votes are in for the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. There were 2 nominations for the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza of the ANC and Ms. Veronica Mente of the EFF. And as the House, just before the House was suspended to allow the counting of the vote, we had the members in the House raising an issue where they requested that there be observers from each political party on the counting of the election. And we also had the Chief Justice making it very clear that no cell phones in the counting room.
I think this is quite the same as what we had during the national elections, right? And I think it's also important that we highlight the fact that when the election started, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo requested that the returning officers ensure that the ballot boxes were empty. And I'm sure this was to ensure the integrity of the elections. And now with these party observers, it's also to enforce the integrity of counting of these votes. Looks like the National Assembly will have another women speaker, and this will be the 5th woman in this position. The role of the Speaker cannot be understated. The Speaker of the National Assembly is elected to and removed from office in terms of Section 52 of the Constitution. In terms of this section, the House must elect the Speaker from its members during the first House sitting. The House may remove the Speaker by resolution. The House must fill the position when it becomes vacant during the term, and the Chief Justice must preside over the election of the Speaker. The Speaker is the leader of the National Assembly, and their role goes further than presiding over sittings.
Yes, that's true, Tsepo, and the Speaker's mandate is twofold. It is constitutional and institutional, and this mandate is furthermore dual at the National Assembly and parliamentary level. In both situations, it involves interacting with the following sectors of the global community: international, continental, regional, and national.
Yes, Tim Nkosi. The constitutional mandate of the Speaker is provided for in Section 91D of the Constitution, that says that in the event of the unavailability of the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly must act as the President until the National Assembly designates one of its members. Section 90 generally provides for the appointment of the acting President, but the subsection D, is the only one that goes on to say until the National Assembly designates one of its other members. The section can be interpreted to mean that the Speaker is the only one who must act when the post of the President is vacant. Further, the use of the phrase "its other members" means that the person occupying the position of Speaker cannot be designated as the President. It therefore makes sense that the Constitution dictates that this person, as somebody who has no interest in this position, and therefore the objective, must act as President.
And of course, we can expect that this vote counting probably going to be take up anything between 40 to 45 minutes. And the role of the Speaker then is immensely important. The Speaker is the leader of the National Assembly. And the National Assembly has authority to legislate on behalf of the state, including amending the Constitution, entering into bilateral agreements, treaties, and signing international human rights instruments. And as the leader of the House, the Speaker has to ensure that these processes are in accordance with the Constitution. And the Speaker has to ensure that the members of the public participate in legislation making. She must also ensure that the House oversees and monitors the performance of the executive arm for effective implementation of legislation already passed by the House.
And institutionally, the Speaker, as the leader of the House, is responsible for providing political leadership and strategic direction to the House, exercising impartiality at all times in pursuance of these duties. So the impartiality of the Speaker is one of the prime values of the integrity of the South African Parliament, and it is measured in terms of that. The Speaker therefore has the responsibility of being the custodian of this integrity, preserving parliamentary integrity, the decorum of the members of the House, consequently serving as the executive authority of the House, ensuring the smooth running of the House business and its committees, ensuring the development and management of the House program, impartially presiding over House meetings and maintaining order, and chairs the Strategic Parliamentary Committee.
Of course, there's also the joint role the Speaker will have with the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, jointly presiding over joint sittings. The Speaker and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces jointly preside over, provide political leadership, and ensure the development of the annual Joint Parliamentary Program Framework for the following structures: the Joint Programming Committee, the Joint Rules Committee, the Executive Committee, the Presiding Officers Forum, the Budget Committee, and the forum of the legislative sector called the Speakers Forum. Now, this forum is a national structure which is made up of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and the Speakers and Deputies from all provincial legislatures.
And now mentioning the NCOP team, because I think it's important to mention that members are making their way from their different respective provinces to Cape Town, because the NCOP first sitting is scheduled for tomorrow, the 15th of June. Furthermore, as the leader of the National Assembly, the Speaker presides over the meetings and provides leadership on Program Committee, Rules Committee of the National Assembly. The Speaker represents the Assembly in matters before courts. She or he is cited as the respondent in matters brought against the National Assembly and initiates action against persons on mandate from the Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly is responsible for the provision of quality support services to the House. The administrative element of this responsibility has been delegated to the Secretary of Parliament as the accounting officer in terms of the Parliamentary Services Act, the National Assembly rules, and the new governance model. The Speaker has delegated authority to oversee the function of parliamentary services to the House Chairperson. They must ensure that in developing and implementing of applicable policies, the parliamentary services is always in compliance with the laws governing administration, including the Parliamentary Services Act, Labour Law Framework, laws governing public use of finances and parliamentary policies. The Speaker is also responsible for the transformation of the parliamentary service.
And when it comes to the international sphere, Parliament is expected to participate in global issues. And the Speaker represents the institution during the signing of international treaties, conventions, and declarations that must locate South Africa within its strategic place within the global village. She or he also hosts international delegations to the South African Parliament. She or he represents Parliament in the multilateral and bilateral relations. As a necessary consequence, the current Speaker is a member of the following bodies: the Pan-African Parliament, known as PAP, International Board for Information and Communication Technology, the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. These are just some of where the Speaker has to represent the National Assembly.
A huge role indeed. This is a hugely important role also, and would have been a point of contestation during the negotiations between parties after the elections. Well, you are still watching Parliament TV, the first sitting of the National Assembly live from the CTICC. The House has been suspended for the count of the votes, which is being done by the table staff and the Chief Justice, and of course with the party observers. Remembering that 2 women have been nominated for Speaker of the National Assembly, namely Ms. Toko Didiza of the ANC and Ms. Veronica Mende of the EFF. With that, please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I'm from the Democratic Alliance. I'm a returning member. I was part of the 6th Parliament, and now we're part of the 7th Parliament. Well, look, being a member of Parliament, it essentially means that it's a selfless service. You are there to ensure that the aspirations of the people out there are realized in Parliament, but also to make sure that you can represent the best interests of the people and make sure that everything and anything that they would want to achieve, that they can reach their full potential, enabled by good legislation. As legislators, that we can promote and propose good legislation that will serve as a catalyst for people to reach their full potential.
Hello, I am Andisiwe Kumbaka, and I am from the African National Congress. I'm a new member into the 7th administration of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament is not about me, but it's about what I can do and represent for the people of South Africa. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to represent not only young people but South Africans across on key policy issues and advocating for those policy issues to ensure that they find expression in our government and that they are implemented and that the value of those policies is felt across South Africa. So I'm very privileged and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. But yet again, it's not about me, but it's about what I am here to do for the people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back to Parliament TV live at the CTICC, where it has been declared a parliamentary precinct for the first sitting of the National Assembly.
Yes, Tebo, we are at the CTICC and you have just joined us. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, on Twitter, on X, formerly Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, and all other social media platforms that are there. We are live, we are at the CTICC, we are bringing you the first sitting of the National Assembly, and Parliament has been suspended just to allow the counting of the votes. We've seen earlier the members voting for one of the 2 ladies that had been nominated for the position of the Speaker.
As you can see, those are some of the visuals from the chamber, and they are counting all these the nominated persons for the Speaker of the National Assembly. And of course, we heard that there will be party representatives in this, party observers rather, in this counting to ensure that the integrity of counting is upheld.
And it's so good, Seppo, when you see such young people representing us in the National Parliament. You know, she's a member of the National Assembly, one of the 2 houses of Parliament. She shared what she would like to bring into the play, because there are so many issues that affect young people nowadays. So when you see young people like the one we just saw earlier, we become hopeful that issues that affect the youth will be raised strongly in the National Assembly.
And throughout the day, we've been playing you clips that we had these little interviews with members yesterday where we asked them what it means to be a member to them. Let's take a look at this.
I grew up in Johannesburg, Gauteng, but I've been living in Cape Town for the last 10 years. And I'm a new member for the Democratic Alliance, but I've served as John Steenhuisen's Chief of Staff for the past 4.5 years now. I think it's an amazing opportunity to affect change in South Africa. I think that you become an instrument of our democracy. You're elected to represent your constituents and all South Africans who want a better future. And I think it's a very big responsibility to help bring that to light and, enact it for the country. So very great opportunity, a big honor, lots of pressure on my shoulders, but hoping to make South Africa proud.
So my name is Patrick Atkinson, and I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance. And this is actually the second time I'm going to be in Parliament. I was in the 5th Parliament, so I sat here between 2014 and 2019. And then during the last term, I was in the Gauteng legislature. So I'm very pleased to be back for the 7th term of Parliament, which I believe will be an historic time. So I feel very privileged to be here. It means that you are able to get into the arena and really make a difference for the people of South Africa. So what I do believe is that we have the possibility in this Parliament to make everyone's lives better over the next 5 years. And I think being a member of Parliament actually gives you that opportunity to do something about it. Rather than talking, we're doing.
My name is Liam Jacobs, and I'm representing the Democratic Alliance, and I'm a new member. Tell you what, I'm a firm believer in the fact that you have to go out there and change your corner of the world, because the world is too big to change in and of itself. Thanks to Parliament, my corner of the world just happens to be the Republic of South Africa. So being a member of Parliament means being able to make change in this particular corner of the world and truly realize a fantastic South Africa, an optimistic South Africa, and a prosperous South Africa for all South Africans.
A fantastic and optimistic South Africa is what Mr. Jacobs is wishing for, and I am sure those are the wishes of all South Africans across. And we are still waiting. The vote counting is still happening. Hence, the House has been suspended. And as soon as that counting is done, we will be taking you back to the House as the Chief Justice will then be making an announcement on who will be the Speaker of the 7th administration.
Of course, Temenkosi, members of the public will be interested in knowing that most of the new members and old, all of them have this new vision for South Africa in the next 5 years. Of course, everybody is talking about making a change, everybody is talking about eradicating poverty, and everybody is talking about ensuring that issues such as unemployment are dealt with.
Yeah, sizawuhlala Tshepo sibabonile abantu abatsha abaninzi kwaye siyathemba ukuthi lukhona utshintsho oluzaza kuba izimvo zabantu abatsha zizawutsho zivakale. Siyayazi uba abantu abatsha are confronted with challenges of unemployment. There's a high rate of unemployment among young people. We know that they are affected by issues of poverty, affected by so many issues. So siyathemba ukuthi njengoba sibona abantu abatsha coming to the space. Bonile nakwi-6th Parliament we had quite a few, but njengoba sibona njengoba ingathi inani liye lisanda. Ngoko ke ndiqinisekile loo nto leyo iyalizisa ithemba ebantwini abatsha kuba bayabona ukuthi bamelwe phakathi kulaa ndlu yowiso-mthetho.
That is absolutely correct. Ka Sesotho re re batho ba batjha ba re emetse and ba dutse dinthong dibakeng tse leng hore di bohlokwa haholo to ensure that there is change and there is innovative ideas in South Africa.
And we always make sure as Parliament TV that we afford South Africans to also participate in these discussions. As such, we can now listen to some of the messages from our members of Parliament.
My name is Joe Maswanganyi. I'm a member of the African National Congress. I'm a returning member of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament comes with lots of responsibility because the electorate, who are the South African citizens, have bestowed on us the responsibility to take care of their lives, whereby in this Parliament we discuss issues of national interest. Young people have spoken during election time that they need jobs. We have to deliver jobs. They need better education facilities. They walk long distances in some universities where there are no student accommodation. We have to deliver. There is the issue of land. It's a matter that has to be addressed. And many other issues, NHI, poverty, inequality. These are some of the key issues that as a member of Parliament, I have to make sure that they are delivered in this term of office.
Igama lam ndinguBabalwa Mathulelwa, ndisuka phaya kwilali yasePholile phantsi koChief uLuphindo eMahlubini eMatatiyela, Eastern Cape. Ndibuya okwesibini ke kule Parliament bendingene ngo-2020. Ndiyabuya ke ngoku okwesibini. Ndisuka kwiqembu le-EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, ndirepresenta abavoti phansi kwebhena ye-EFF. Silapha ke as a member of parliament silwela into yoba mawubuye umhlaba ukuze sikwazi ukukhiqiza ke bendijongene ke nala committee ye-small business eyona passion nayo ke into ebendisebenza ngayo ukuba imember yeparlamente ke kuthetha into yoba xa ulapha uzolwela amalungelo wabantu nokwenzeka kwezinto ezazingenzekanga kwabo bantu ababe previously disadvantaged. So silapha ke ukuzomeka sure ukuthi umhlaba uyabuyela ebantwini kwaye nezomnotho abantu bayakhululeka kuzo kuba yeyona ke ingxaki esenze saba siseparlamente siyi-EFF kuba abantu bakwazi ukukhululeka ngokwezomnotho. Ilizwe alikwazi ukuma nge-SARS, awukwazi uma ngo-10%, ufuneke uze ube uyakwazi ukuthi unakekele abantu besizwe sakho kube khona into iprodusayo. So elilizwe ke elingenayo neplot yetamatisi awukwazi ke uba ungacreate amathuba omsebenzi. So sidinga ke uba umhlaba mawubuye sikwazi ukukhiqiza kubekho ii-factories amafama. Sithi mazibe khona kii-markets ezikwaziyo ukuthi ziqophisane nabo Pick n Pay nazo zonke ii-sectors. Even i-petrol station karhulumente iyadingeka because sifuna ukuthi abantu bakwazi ufumana imisebenzi 1, 2 sikwazi usebenzisa from i-profit yemali esiyigeneratayo sisizwe ngaphandle ko-SARS ngoba u-SARS uthathwa kanye ngonyaka mali.
And those are some of the visuals in the chamber, and we are still waiting on the completion of the count of votes for the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Yes, Tshepo, as you can see there on the screen that there's not much members in there. I think members have also used this time to take a comfort break as we sit and wait for the completion of the counting of the votes. So you can see there in the House there's there's quite a number of voting booths, and that is where members would have cast their secret ballots. But we've been talking about, we've given the names of the 2 women that have been nominated for the position of the Speaker, but we haven't said much about them. Now, I think it's maybe we'll be doing justice if we talk more about these 2 women. Ms. Thoko Didiza is currently serving as the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the 6th administration. She has recently been elected as the chairperson of the African Union Ministerial Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. She has a vast ministerial career. From 1994 to 1999, she served as the first woman Deputy Minister of Agriculture during the late Nelson Mandela's tenure. From 1999 to 2004, she was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. And from 2004 to 2006, she continued in the same portfolio as the Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. And it was during this time of office that Ms. Didiza convened the National Land Summit in 2005, which involved a wide range of stakeholders to reflect on South Africa's land reform policies. In 2006 to 2008, Mr. Didiza was appointed as the Minister of Public Works. Other career positions and activities include Ms. Didiza was re-elected as a Member of Parliament in the 5th administration and appointed as the House Chairperson, Internal Arrangements. In 2016, she was elected as the Chairperson of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Africa region. And politically, she has served as a member of the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee of the African National Congress from 1997 to 2007 and was re-elected in 2012 up to date. So she's a seasoned politician by all accounts.
And the other candidate vying for Speaker of the National Assembly is Ms. Veronica Mente. She is the national chairperson of the EFF since 2019 and has been a member of the National Assembly since 2014. Ms. Mente started nurturing her political ambition as far back when she was in school. She was an active member of campus politics. Ms. Mente began her professional career as a bodyguard to the then mayor of Cape Town. She was a barefoot lawyer in the township of Khayelitsha and assisted workers who had their rights abused in different ways in the workplace. Ms. Mente was one of the 15 volunteers who worked with the Advisory Office Labour Community Advice Media and Education Centre in Khayelitsha. With her knowledge, which she acquired informally through her self-learning, she was always able to help workers in her hometown, Khayelitsha. She went on to do a volunteer service for the LMEC, Labour Community Advice Media and Education Centre in Khayelitsha. In 2013, when the EFF was founded, she was part of the first people to join the party. During her term as a Member of Parliament in the 5th and 6th Parliament, Ms. Mente was a member of the following committees: the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Standing Committee on the Auditor General.
Well, those are the nominees for the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly. We are waiting with bated breath to hear who the first elected presiding officer of the 7th Parliament will be. Stay tuned to Parliament TV as we build up to this sitting of the National Assembly. And for now, let's look at what is a legislature.
Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is a place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our Parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of Parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received, using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, There are also many instances where the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have four main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the President from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as President. Once elected President, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of Parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The President and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
And welcome back to Parliament TV live at the CTICC, where this premises has been declared as the parliamentary precinct. Now, of course, the counting of votes is underway, and as you can see your visuals right there are party representatives or party observers who are overlooking the counting process.
And everyone is waiting for the results, and we hope that that process will be concluded soon. And as soon as that process is concluded, then the presiding, the people that are helping with the counting of the votes, the returning ones and the new ones, will then go to the presiding officer and provide a report of the counting, and it is at that instance then the presiding officer with the Chief Justice will then read the outcome of the election. And from there on, we can expect then to see the same process, but now with the election of the Deputy Speaker.
I think viewers should also bear in mind that tomorrow the NCOP will also have its first sitting, and that is scheduled for the 15th of June. Of course, we heard from this STP, which is the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Xolile Job, from his media briefing yesterday, where he spoke about the readiness of Parliament for the NCOP members. Of course, members are coming from their respective provinces, making their way to Parliament, and they will go through the necessary parliamentary registration process.
I think it's also important just to inform our viewers at home that unlike the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces has 90 members, which consists of 10 members from each province. You have 6 permanent delegates and you have 4 special delegates, which are often led by the Premier of the province or the person that the Premier has delegated to lead. So we expect that tomorrow members would have arrived in Cape Town. A number of provincial legislatures were sitting today, and we expect that they would have concluded their processes so that to allow those members that they will be sending to Parliament to travel. Of course, those from the Western Cape don't need to travel as they are already here, but I'm also told that quite a number of members have started making their way to Cape Town, and tomorrow will then facilitate the appointment of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the deputy chairperson and the chief whip of the National Council of Provinces.
Of course, you are still live on Parliament TV. Let's look at the role of the National Assembly and its functions.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of 2 houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These 2 houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. And we are still waiting as the votes are being counted for the position of the Speaker. We have two nominations from the floor, Ms. Toko Didiza and Ms. Veronica Mente. Whilst we are waiting, the Parliament TV visited the National Election Result Center, and we spoke to a few stakeholders who took part in the preparation and the election process. Let's have a look. The CSIR, in collaboration with the SABC, are once again part of the South African elections, using its prediction models for the South African national and provincial elections, a model that the CSIR introduced since the 1999 general elections. And standing with me now is Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking this interview.
No, thank you for welcoming me.
Dr. Baloyi, if you could briefly share with us what is the role of the CSIR in an election?
Okay, the role of the CSIR, and as you said, we collaborate with the SABC, is to utilize our expertise as a scientists and engineers to come up with a prediction model that can help assist the country and especially society at large to really track how well the elections are unfolding as the IEC is busy giving out the results as they come through from the different voting districts.
And what are these models that the CSIR is using to arrive at its predictions?
We have developed mathematical and statistical models that we look at the data that we collected from previous elections. And from there, we develop the algorithms and into a software package that we can use to predict what results to expect once we reach a particular level of voting district declarations.
So this is not the first election, obviously. Now, based on the previous elections, have these predictions really given you the outcome that you would like to see?
Yes, I don't want to brag, but absolutely. Since we started doing our predictions since 1999, we've always been accurate in our predictions, and we started cooperating with the SABC since 2004, and we also feel comfortable and confident that even in these elections, we're going to be accurate in our predictions.
And when does CSIR start with its work? When does CSIR ordinarily start preparing for an upcoming election?
Actually, we start as soon as we collect the results from these elections. For example, for the next elections, we have to update our models with the new data. So we start as soon as possible. So when the next elections come, for example, the municipal elections, when they do come, we are ready for it.
Mr. Baloyi, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, that was Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR talking to us about CSIR prediction models in an election. Since the late 90s, the IEC has partnered with the Human Sciences Research Council to undertake a program on electoral research. Joining me now is Dr. Stephen Gordon, a senior research specialist for developmental, capable and ethical state at the Human Sciences Research Council. Good afternoon and thank you for talking to us.
And thank you for talking about such an important, relevant issue in our fast-changing democracy here in South Africa.
If you could just briefly give us an overview of the work of the Council.
So the Human Science Research Council has been conducting an election satisfaction survey since 1999, tracking satisfaction with the quality of elections. We must remember that elections are only considered free and fair if the voters themselves share this perspective. So we've been asking voters, do you think the election was free and fair? How can we improve the election experience? What can the Election Commission do to make sure your vote is safe, secret, and secure?
Now, if you've just shared some of the intentions for conducting this research, but if you can just briefly take us through some of the methodologies that you use when conducting the election research.
So we have data scientists. They select 300 voting stations and send field workers to those voting stations. They conduct an exit poll. So as people exit the voting station after having voted, they're interviewed and asked a number of questions, usually takes about 15 minutes. These voting stations are selected according to their demographics, geographic position, and their socioeconomic makeup. We follow the best international standards in terms of weighting and analyzing this data, and indeed credit must go to the Election Commission for investing in one of the longest, most robust election satisfaction surveys, not just in Africa, but in the world.
Election observation, including special voting, is one of the crucial components for ensuring integrity and transparency for electoral processes. Joining me now is Mr. Tendai Mbanje. He's from the African Center for Governance. Good afternoon, Mr. Mbanje, and thank you for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Mr. Mbanje, can you take us through or give us an overview of the role of the Center in relation to the South African elections?
Thank you so much. And our role has been mainly to involve ourselves in civic education that relates to stages of the electoral processes. As you are aware that elections are 5-year cycle. So what we do in the 5-year, we engage the work of the IEC on its various stages. For example, if it is about voter education, if it's about encouraging people to register to vote, any education around electoral processes, we are experts in that area, and we work with communities, we work with civil society groups to empower and to educate people around electoral processes.
What were some of the critical issues that you picked up during your observer mission in the voting stations?
So what we involved ourselves was we focused on various stages of the electoral process, but much more of our emphasis was to events leading to the election day. So what we did was to train our observers. We trained a number of observers, both local and from the region, who formed a group of impartial observers whom we deployed in 8 provinces, except the Northern Cape. So we observed special voting. What we picked up was much of our observers noted that there was a gap in terms of the security or the safety of polling staff when they move home to home, when they are helping people to cast their vote, because they were putting the ballots in small bags. So we could identify that anything could happen to those votes, and also could happen to the security of the staff. So one of our recommendations to say the IEC must find ways to ensure that there is security of those who are administering the voting process, and also that process is well observed, because much of the observers did not focus on that special voting. So much of our special voting identified such gaps. Then when it came to the actual election day, We noted low presence of law enforcement in many polling stations. We also noted low presence of observers, domestic observers. So much of the polling stations that we visited, we hardly met observers. So that was quite worrying to say maybe there wasn't sufficient work that was put in trying to encourage civil society organizations. Perhaps they don't have resources into election observation, which is the area which is crucial to provide oversight to this important occasion. Then major complaints came to the VMDs, voter management devices, how to use them. I think there's still room on how those technologies could be improved. But overall, I think we did not pick any red flags or any issues that could pose the credibility of this election to stake. So overall, I think more than 600 polling stations we observed across the country, we did not meet major issues of worry apart of logistical challenges that the IEC faced.
I understand that you have already produced a preliminary report. Can you take us through to some of the findings and the recommendations that are contained in the report?
So some of our findings, what I've highlighted about the election technology, mainly about the election technology. We really commended the IEC for being transparent in terms of communication of throughout the election cycle. We could realize that if you go to IEC website, you get information that today there was issue about the system that was not working. The IEC communicated. For me, that is quite fundamental. That's quite huge. So communication was very key, and the IEC was very open to engage stakeholders. The door was open. We could go and engage, and we were invited for several briefings. I think that was professional, and also we commended the professionalism of IEC staff during the electoral process itself. I thought that was quite phenomenal because most of the staff that we interacted with were very professional, although there were glitches here and there, but you could see that the level of professionalism was maintained. So those kind of things we highlighted, and also we highlighted that the strength of institutions, state institutions, actually made easier the work of the IEC. We realized that this election was highly litigated. There were court cases in and out, and we just realized that that did not compromise the work of the IEC. I think that actually solidified the work of the IEC. So those were overall findings, but our recommendations were to say the IEC must be over-prepared. I think this election, they used the data from previous elections to analyze the trend and perhaps prepare for this election, which took them by surprise in my view. So I think there's need to over-prepare than perhaps to moderately prepare for an election. So in terms of logistics, that's where the challenge is, but and also in terms of improving election technology. But overall, in terms of the legal frameworks, compliance to the Constitution, the standards, and I think there has been commendable efforts that we see that IEC did.
And from there, to then say that the South African elections, the 2024 South African elections, were credible, fair, and free.
As election observation missions, we don't certify elections to say the election was free and fair, because to determine whether the election was free and fair, it's a very complex issue, but we talk about the credibility in terms of meeting international standards, in terms of the laws, whether the IEC acted in its mandate, the IEC complied with the Constitution, the IEC complied with the Electoral Act. I think the courts of law kind of confirmed that. Even the IEC's, in its own motion, they had to approach the Constitutional Court to ask for the interpretation of certain legal texts. I think that was fundamental and was phenomenal. So I think if you analyze how the IEC acted, we could see that they were operated in the confinements of the law. But when it comes to logistics, this is not legal. I think that there is an over-assessment that the IEC did, to a larger extent, follow those standards.
Since you cannot declare whether the elections were free and fair, out of 10, what would you give the IEC? And secondly, where will members of the public be able to get hold of the preliminary report that you have produced?
I cannot say for certain out of 10 or where the IEC stands, because the process is still going on. You realize that what we have done is a portion. We still have to observe this process and the declaration of results and the post-election period. So our report is a comprehensive report. So the election cycle is not finished yet. So we cannot give an assessment because we are still in the process. It's like you have cooked half halfway, and then we say, can you give an assessment of how this meal tastes? It needs to be fully cooked.
Mr. Mbanje, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Mr. Tendai Mbanje of the African Center for Governance sharing with us on the observer mission that they've conducted with these 2024 general elections.
On camera, my friend.
I'll just go there. I'm going to need you guys to do this.
Please take your seats.
And of course, we are still live at the CTICC, where this is the first National Assembly sitting. And of course, this is the moment of truth. There was nominations of two women, Miss Thokoza Didiza and Miss Mente. And now the members of parliament voted. And now we are waiting for those election results to come through. Members are settling down, and hopefully very soon the Chief Justice will make that very anticipated announcement. As you can see those visuals right there, this is one of the most significant proceedings when it comes to the opening of Parliament. Of course, this is the Parliament of the 7th administration, and it is quite important when we're going into this 5-year term to ensure that all proceedings are followed to the T. Those ballot areas are still there, which is just an indication of what happened about an hour ago when members elected their preferred candidate. Those are some of the members walking towards the chamber. Of course, members of the public cannot hear it, but here live at the CTICC, we did hear the bells ringing, which is an indication for members to go to the chamber and take their seats. Of course, earlier on, there was more than one nomination that was received, and the Chief Justice announced that a secret ballot would take place in the House in terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 to the Constitution. He suspended proceedings to allow for preparations for the voting process. At the resumption of the proceedings, the Chief Justice announced the procedure to be followed, and members were called in groups to cast their ballots. Of course, the President and the Deputy President there, as you can see them interacting, and of course probably also waiting for the much anticipated result for the Speaker of Parliament. Now, I was just reminding you of the reason why we find ourselves here, and of course this is because there was more than one nomination that was received for the Chief Justice, for the nomination of the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker of the National Assembly rather. Of course, after the proceedings resumed, the Chief Justice announced the procedure to be followed, and members were called in groups to cast their ballots. The Chief Justice was assisted by returning officers appointed by him, and the election was conducted. Now, we saw here that most of the political parties had an issue with the elections being counted without any party observers, and so the Chief Justice allowed that, and party observers were allowed to sit in while those election counting was going on. Of course, now we are waiting for the Chief Justice to proceed with the resumption of the House, where he will announce the results in the event of the majority being obtained, and then he will accordingly declare the member concerned as having been duly elected as Speaker. The Chief Justice will then congratulate the newly elected Speaker and call upon the Sergeant at Arms to conduct the Speaker to the chair. Of course, then the following procedure will then be that the Sergeant of Arms will then enter the House and approach the newly elected Speaker, will bow and will conduct the Speaker to the chair. The Speaker is given an opportunity to express his or her sense of honour, thus conferred, and thereafter proceeds with the process of the election of the Deputy Speaker. The same procedure for the election of the Speaker is followed by the Speaker when presiding over the election of the Deputy Speaker. Of course, the order of proceedings indicates that right after this, the Deputy Speaker will be up next when it comes to the nominations and elections. Of course, members are probably eager for that process as well. And of course, the proceedings are similar to those of the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. And let's tune in live.
The results read as follows. Total number of ballot papers issued, 341. Total number of ballot papers counted, 341. Total number of spoiled and invalid ballot papers, 9. And of those 9, 8 are spoiled and 1 is invalid. And the one that is invalid refers to a case where a member asked for another paper after realizing that he or she had made a mistake and was then issued with a new ballot paper. Then the candidates, Honorable Didiza, 284. Honorable, silent, 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 silent. Let me finish the results, please. Honorable Mentenkuna, 49. In terms of item 6, of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable Didiza duly elected Speaker of the National Assembly. On behalf of all present here, I have the honor of congratulating you on your election as Speaker. I now call upon the Acting Sergeant at Arms to conduct the Honorable Speaker to the chair.
The DA will enter the song.
Will all members rise, please?
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Order, honorable members. Chief Justice, Your Excellency the President, Deputy President, honorable members of Parliament, the leaders of the various parties present here, the people of South Africa. I'd like to thank all of you as members who have participated in this democratic process of electing the Speaker of the National Assembly in the 7th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. I'd like to thank my organization, the African National Congress, for having nominated me to represent them as the movement, but also the people of South Africa, supported by the parties that have voted me. But I also know that the other party that might have nominated a candidate duly supports this nomination. But as a country and as a democratic state, we have an opportunity to express our views, representing our constituency, and that's why we have to elect and participate in such a process, where then the one who is elected take the responsibility, but it does not mean that those who might have voted differently are not supportive of the work of the institution. This indeed is an important institution of our country, where we have to pass laws and represent our people and ensure that the work that we do as legislators in passing those laws and also ensuring that we play an oversight role on the executive, we do so in the interest of our people. The role of the Speaker is that of ensuring that we conduct the debates in this Parliament within the rules in a manner that is fair. And I commit that I will, working with the team in the Speaker's office, together with the House Chairperson that will be duly elected, do exactly that. I also commit that I would work with all the parties, led by their whips and their representatives, to make sure that we conduct the business of this Parliament in a manner that indeed reflects the will of the people of South Africa. Thank you very much for this honor. We now continue with the business of the day. Order, honorable members. The House will proceed with the election of a Deputy Speaker in terms of the procedure set out in Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution and in accordance with rules of Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. Members are reminded that there will be no debate and that each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. There will now be an opportunity for nomination of candidates for the election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Speaker.
Honorable Member Shibambo.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and best wishes on your election as a Speaker of the National Assembly. So, I stand myself as Nico Floyd Shibambo to nominate Honorable Vuyeletu Zungula as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that nomination. Is there a seconder to the nomination? I see an honorable member at the back.
Ke a leboha Speaker. Lebitso la ka ke Lehlohonolo Wonderboy Mahlatsi from UAT. Ke seconda kgetho ya Vuyeletu Zungula.
Thank you very much. May I ask whether the nominee accepts the nomination?
Thank you, Speaker. Dingu Vuyeletu Zungula, uDosini, uNoyila, uMqohana. Into ngathi inkosi emntwini kuba inkosi ngokwayo. Ndiyasamkela isiphakamiso. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can the returning officer indicate to me whether the form has been handed over? The nomination form of Honorable Zungula. Thank you very much. We have received the form of nomination of Honorable Zungula. It has been signed accordingly by both the one who nominates and the seconder, as well as the nominee himself. I would like to confirm with Honorable Zungula whether the signature on the form is the one that he acknowledged it's his.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula. Are there any nominations? Honorable Karue?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and a huge congratulations on your election. I would like to, as Siviwe Gwachube from the Democratic Alliance, nominate Dr. Annelie Lotriet for the position of the Deputy Speaker, please.
There's a doctor in the house.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any seconder for the nomination? Honorable Member.
Speaker, I, Desiree van der Walt of the DA, second the proposer for Dr. Annelie Lotriet as the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask whether Honorable Lotriet, as a nominee, as nominated, accepts the nomination?
Madam Speaker, I, Annelie Lotriet, accept the nomination.
May I check with the returning officer whether the form has been received? Thank you very much. The form has been received. It duly complies. The nominee and the one who seconded, as well as the one who has been nominated, Honorable Lotre, has been signed accordingly. If I may check, Honorable Lotre, whether you can acknowledge that the signature on the form is yours.
Honourable Speaker, I confirm the signature form is mine.
Thank you very much. We have got 2 candidates for now. Are there any nominations from the floor? There are no nominations. I don't see any hand. Thank you very much. Given that we have 2 candidates, a secret ballot will take place in terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 to the Constitution. Order, honorable members. I now suspend proceedings to allow the returning officers to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume proceedings when the bells are rung.
The madam is in charge.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The returning officers will now take the responsibility.
Bafunda kuni. Umtengisi. Taste your own.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are inside the National Assembly and you can see the members up on their feet and singing. And indeed, Honorable Thoko Didiza has been duly elected as the Speaker of the National Assembly and presided over the nomination of the Speaker. Ms. Didiza is the fifth woman Speaker of the National Assembly, following then Ms. Frene Chinwala, may her soul rest in peace, Ms. Baleka Mbete, who was followed by Ms. Gwen Mahlangu Kabinde, and after her it was Ms. Tandi Modise, and after Ms. Modise it was Ms. Nosiviwe Ngakula, and we now have Ms. Toko Didiza. The House is now suspended for the printing out of ballot papers, after which the secret ballot vote for the Deputy Speaker will resume. The candidates for Deputy Speaker are Honorable Vuyolwethu Zungula, the leader of the African Transformation Movement, and Honorable Dr. Annelien Lotriet of the DA. We do know that Mr. Zungula was nominated by the Deputy President of the EFF, and Dr. Lotriet was nominated from the DA bench.
Of course, Seminkosi, I think this is quite interesting times, because now we are seeing the government of national unity for the first time, where South Africa does not have an outright majority.
Yeah, Tsebo, and just to take the viewers through the outcome of the voting, we know that 310 ballot papers were issued. We have 284 votes went in favor of Ms. Toko Didiza. 49 votes went in favor of Ms. Veronica Mente, the chairperson of the Economic Freedom Fighters. We have been informed that 8 of the ballot votes were spoiled, and there was 1 invalid vote.
Of course, viewers will then know, and they have seen, that the proceedings that were followed to nominate the Deputy Speaker are very similar to that of the Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, we mentioned that, of course, the proceedings are similar to those of the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. However, the newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Didiza, is the one who presided over these proceedings.
And for someone who was not here when that announcement was made, there was lots of noise that came from the National Assembly, people cheering for the appointment of Ms. Toko Didiza as the Speaker of the National Assembly for the 7th administration. Of course, the National Assembly has been suspended as they are busy preparing the ballot votes. We know that there will be 2 names on the ballot votes, that of Mr. Zungula and that of Dr. Lotriet. So they are currently busy with the printing of those ballot papers, and as soon as the printing is done, the House will resume again, where we will see members, as we have previously seen when they were electing the Speaker, casting their votes again secretly inside the chamber.
And of course, this goes back to what you were speaking to, that the fact that the House has been suspended right now is to print those ballot papers. This shows that Parliament has no preemptive idea of what is going to happen within the parliamentary sitting. Of course, this means that there's a lot of integrity, there's a lot of fairness within the elections, and of course, hopefully, maybe just like the elections of the Speaker of the National Assembly, maybe there will be party observers with this counting.
Yeah, whilst we wait for that process to unfold, the election of the Deputy Speaker, which slightly different from the election of the Speaker, is now being presided by the newly elected Speaker. Ms. Didiza should preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker, and once that process has concluded, the Chief Justice would then take the seat and preside over the election of the President, and the same process that was followed with the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker will be followed with the President as well. That is if there is more than 1 nomination.
And I must say, Madam Speaker is taking to her seat very comfortably, calling to order with the National Assembly. Now, let's just remind the viewers of the Speaker's mandate, which is twofold. It is constitutional and institutional. And of course, we've seen her exercise that mandate even here while we were talking, while the members were nominating their preferred candidate for the Deputy Speaker position. Now, on the Speaker's mandate, right, which is twofold, we have mentioned that it is constitutional and institutional. This mandate, furthermore, is dual with the National Assembly and on a parliamentary level. I think in both institutions, it involves interacting and following sectors of the global community. It is an important role, a role that ensures that necessitates a person who has integrity, a person who is firm, and a person who exercises the very mandate that has been imposed on them.
And just something of interest that we picked up on Twitter, a Twitter by a former member of Parliament, Phumzile van Dam, who had indicated that she is one of the members that would not take orders in the House, but unfortunately she's indicated that each time when Madiza is chairing the sitting of the National Assembly, whenever she was told to sit down, she would do so. So just supplementing what you have said earlier, that the firmness that she took that chair with, so we hope that all will be well for her over this parliamentary term.
I think then it's very important to remind viewers that the first sitting of the NCOP is scheduled to take place tomorrow, 15 June. Of course, members of the NCOP are making their way from their respective provinces, making their way to Cape Town and having to go through that registration process that is needed. Of course, the NCOP differs a little bit from the National Assembly. Let's do a little difference between the National Assembly and the NCOP. So the National Assembly constitutes of 400 members, while the NCOP constitutes of only 90. The National Assembly has a Speaker of the National Assembly, while the NCOP has a chairperson of the NCOP. The National Assembly then has a deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, while the NCOP then has a deputy chairperson. Then the other difference is that the National Assembly then has portfolio committees, while the NCOP has the select committees. So those are some of the differences of these two houses that play a huge role within our democratic dispensation.
And now that you spoke extensively on the work of the National Assembly, let's look at exactly what is the role of the National Assembly.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These two houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. And these are the visuals in the chamber right now at the first sitting of the National Assembly. As you can see, members are there singing and awaiting the elections to take place for the new Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
And as the viewers can see on the screen, the voting booths are already on the floor. That means that things are moving closer to what we expect when we start, when the House will resume again, and then members will come in to cast their votes for the Deputy Speaker. This today's process is very similar to tomorrow's process, as we will be having the first sitting of the National Council of Provinces, and we expect there that the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the deputy chairperson of the National Council, and the chief whip of the National Council of Provinces be elected. And we're just hoping that members are already on their way to Cape Town, because the sitting is scheduled for tomorrow morning. And considering that we know that the flights don't go into the 24 hours, so we expect that at least when we have the last flight, that the members that will be attending tomorrow's sitting for the NCOP are here. As I've said earlier, the NCOP has 90 members, 10 from each province. We have 9 provinces in South Africa, so we expect 10 members from each province. And out of the 10, 6 are considered permanent delegates, and then the other 4 are special delegates, normally led by the Premier. And in an event that the Premier will not be able to attend such a sitting, then the Premier does delegate any member from the provincial legislature. So we're expecting to see almost the same processes unfold tomorrow when we're going through that election of the NCOP deputy chairperson, and the chief whip.
And as STP has mentioned in his press briefing yesterday, mentioned that Parliament is ready. We are receiving the members as is, and members are going through that registration process.
And today is evidence of that. Thus far, everything is going smooth. Can now take what the word that the Secretary to Parliament assured South Africa is that Parliament was ready, everything was in place. Here we are at the Cape Town International Convention Center, and we have a new speaker for the 7th administration. In not so long time, we will have the deputy speaker of the National Assembly, and that will then be followed by the election of the president. So probably by the time we go to bed tonight, we'll be having the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the president of the republic.
Of course, 2024 marks a lot of achievements for South Africa. We're celebrating 30 years of democracy. We're celebrating 28 years since the adoption and passing of the Constitution as we know it. We had the national and provincial elections, which we're seeing the results of right now in the first sitting of the National Assembly, and of course tomorrow in the first sitting of the National Council of Provinces, and of course for the very first time in this democratic dispensation so far, for the 7th administration, we do not have an outright majority.
And Tshepo, as you have mentioned, we're also celebrating 28 years since the adoption of the Constitution. And as you would know, that 2 days' time, it will be a youth day. You know that it was 1976 that there was youth uprising, so we will also be looking forward to the activities that will be taking place on Sunday, especially with so much youth representation in the National Assembly. And as you've mentioned, as the nation celebrates the 30 years of democracy, Parliament will use this opportunity to reflect on the 3 decades of lawmaking, scrutinizing and overseeing the work of the executive, facilitating meaningful public participation and engagement, and facilitating cooperative government, and maintain an impactful program of international diplomacy and engagement.
And of course, Teminkosi, it's important to know that since the dawn of democracy 30 years ago, Parliament has grown and matured over 6 electoral cycles. This growth was based on the Constitution adopted by Parliament in 1996, the one that I just talked about, that we're celebrating 28 years since the anniversary of their adoption and passing thereof. And of course, this includes a Bill of Rights, providing for various generations of human rights, an open society, and checks and balances to ensure the sustainability and resilience of society.
And further to that, Parliament representing the electorate serves as the midwife for government, because only after the president has been elected at Parliament can the president then form his government, and the president will then appoint ministers to form the executive arm of the state. And it also plays a critical role in judicial appointments and in appointing heads of Chapter 9 and 10 institutions that support our constitutional democracy to enhance overall governance in the country.
Of course, now let's have images of what is happening in the chamber as we await the process of the election of the Deputy Speaker. Of course, members are trickling in, and hopefully soon we will hear the bells ringing, calling them in to take their seats and to proceed with these proceedings. Of course, this procedure is similar to what happened with the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. The only difference is that the Chief Justice is the one that presided over the election of the Speaker of the Assembly, of the National Assembly, and now the newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly is presiding over the nomination and election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. While we're looking at this, let's take a break and look at something that is more let's talk to something that is innovative, research-wise, and all these other institutions that ensure the running of Parliament. I didn't hear that.
Africa has made significant progress in institutionalizing electoral democracy over the past decade. This is reflected in the number of successful multi-party elections in some of African Union member states. The African Union contributes to the electoral observation through the African Union Election Observation Mission. And joining me now to talk more on this is His Excellency, former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Your Excellency, good evening, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to speak to Parliament TV. If you could, just to kickstart this conversation, if you can just share on the establishment of the African Union Election Observation Mission, its mandate and its objectives.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having us, and to say that the African Union over the past years has been sending missions to different African countries, and the whole to observe elections, and the whole purpose is really to entrench democracy, to learn best practices from different countries which can be passed on, and to really deepen democracy on the African continent. So this particular mission was here to observe the South African elections. We are a team of 65, composed of 35 women, 35 men, quite a cross-section of young people, some ambassadors, some parliamentarians, and people from different civil society organizations across the continent. And we deployed in 21 missions across all 9 provinces of South Africa, with the view of monitoring these elections, and with the purpose of ensuring that the elections were conducted in a free, fair, transparent manner, and that at the end the result would reflect the will and the wish of the people of South Africa. So that was our mission, that was our objective.
Given this important mandate, how does the mission balance its role with principles of non-interference with member states and impartiality and independence for the observation?
For a start, we are not involved in the elections. We are here to observe. We are observers during the elections. We are not here to dictate terms. We are not here to take sides. We are not here to influence elections. Like I said in my opening statement, we are here, and our objective is that the processes and the manner in which the election is conducted will ultimately reflect the wish of the people of South Africa. Yeah? So we are not here in any way whatsoever, and that the elections do meet best practice standards. And if there are areas that we think a country could improve, we make recommendations. But vice versa also happens. There are areas that we see that we can learn best practices which can be copied in other African countries.
Your Excellency, are you able to share what are some of those areas?
Well, let me say that as far as this election goes, we can generally say, without fear of favor, we think that the election was done credibly. We think the IEBC did handle themselves in a transparent manner. We acknowledge that there were a number of challenges, logistical challenges in terms of delay, maybe in opening stations, which we noted. We observed, for example, there were problems with the voter identification kits, which also resulted in delays. We noted again, for example, that ballot boxes were not properly marked in some instances, which could lead to potential confusion. We noted also, for example, that there were problems with people identifying with the new law. So we saw quite a number of people who were not familiar with the new electoral reform and did not know, for example, that they could not vote in the same way they voted in 2019. And they reported to stations only to be told that this time around you have to go to the station that, so voter education we thought maybe needed to be enhanced in order for voters to have a better understanding of where they are voting. We also noted, for example, that maybe some of the polling stations were overloaded, which resulted also in long queues and delays, and maybe the need in future for more polling stations so that you can reduce the number of people that are being handled at each station and create greater efficiency, speed, and less waiting time on the part of voters. Those are some of the things that we thought could be rectified. I think we also, on the other side, noted good practices. For example, the process of verification of votes all the way from casting votes, agents and party agents being allowed to oversee from counting all the way through to transmission, so that before a result is put, it has been thoroughly scrutinized by not only political parties but also by independent auditors. That was one good practice that we saw. The engagement of the IEC with stakeholders and political parties is another thing that we thought was quite well handled. The speedy manner in which litigation was resolved and it did not stop the election from occurring, I think is also the need for speed in resolving litigation. I think that was also a plus. So like I said, there are pluses and there are minuses. There are those recommendations that we make when we feel that there are areas that could be strengthened, and we make those recommendations. But there are those areas that we think we can take with us and impart as best practices for other African countries as well.
You have highlighted some of the important areas of your work. Can you briefly then share your experiences on observing the South African national and provincial elections?
There is no election that doesn't have its challenges, as I've just mentioned. Yeah, but overall, I can say that the election that was held in South Africa is a true reflection of the will of the people of South Africa. And when you say that, you must say, therefore, that the election, despite challenges, was conducted in a relatively good manner. And our hope and our prayer is that democracy is an ongoing process, that by the time you come to the next one, all these challenges which may have been associated with, the change in law, additional ballots, you've learned this through this election, and the next one will definitely be that much better.
Thank you very much for that, His Excellency. Looking ahead, what are some of the key priorities and initiatives that the mission plans to undertake?
As far as our mission now comes to an end on the day of the announcement, we shall now prepare a detailed report which will be available on the AU Commission website. You'll be able to see the detailed report. We were able to release the preliminary report and the more detailed report that will clearly state the issues that we observed and the recommendations that have been made by our team.
Thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to speak to Parliament TV. It's really much appreciated.
Thank you very much. And on my part, mine is just to really take this opportunity to congratulate the people of South Africa. I congratulate them for the manner in which they showed patience in their long lines. Despite the delays, they were patient and ready to wait to exercise their democratic right. They were peaceful. And my hope and prayer is that that will extend into the future, and that this election will result in greater prosperity and the betterment of South Africa and her people.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
Welcome back to Parliament TV. Those are the members at the CTICC, where the CTICC has been declared as a parliamentary precinct for the first National Assembly sitting. Of course, members are getting ready, they're interacting with each other, and this is right after there were two nominees for the position of a Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
And that action taking place there is members using it to wait for the resumption of the House, where we'll see the deputy, my apologies, rather we'll see the Speaker presiding over this election of the Deputy Speaker. And currently the ballots are being printed. We know that the ballots will contain two names, that of Mr. Zungula and that of Dr. Annelien Lotriet. But just to give you a brief on the role of the Deputy Speaker, we know that this position is contained in the Constitution, which allows for the creation of the Deputy Speaker within the office of the Speaker. And the Deputy Speaker presides over the House plenaries. The Deputy Speaker also has the responsibility of deputizing the Speaker. As remember, you would have seen that before the end of the 6th Parliament, unfortunately, the Speaker left, and then we had the Deputy Speaker taking over the role of the acting Speaker. As I mentioned, that it entails, the role of the Speaker entails performing the functions of the Speaker if the Speaker, for whatever reason, is unable to. Just what I spoke to now, Tsepo, we saw that with the election, we saw that with the acting Speaker, Deputy Tsinori, when the Speaker, the former Speaker, could not perform her function. And the Deputy Speaker has the responsibility of ensuring the smooth running of some of the parliamentary projects delegated to him or her, and attend to correspondence referred to by the Speaker and advise the Speaker accordingly. Of course, the Deputy Speaker has many other roles that she or he plays within the institution.
And of course, these roles that the Deputy Speaker performs are delegated by the Speaker. In addition to the duties assigned to this Deputy Speaker in terms of any legislation or the rules or orders, insofar as they pertain to the office of the Speaker, the following responsibilities are assigned. State institutions supporting democracy, members' facilities and training, PAR Med medical aid scheme, sectorial parliaments, parliamentary villages, implementation of Parliament's language policy, and public education and relations, and more. Clearly, Teminkosi, the role of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, their functions are pivotal in ensuring the smooth running of the House.
And Sepolonda le yanceda lendlela explain ngayo irole ka Deputy Speaker yanceda also for umuntu ongayaziyo uba kanye sino Speaker ithini irole ka Speaker. You have outlined the Speaker has a very pivotal role, as you have said, to play in the National Assembly. We know that the Speaker, in the absence, the Deputy Speaker rather, in the absence of the Speaker, then assumes the role of the Speaker. Sibonile lonto senzeka kule parliament esisuka kuyo. Wabo basibukele emakhaya, you are still watching Parliament TV on channel 408, and this is a live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly of the 7th Parliament, and you have seen that already we have a newly elected Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza. Eyona nto ngokutsepe esibambezele esilindele kuyo is the printing of the ballot of the ballot papers that contains the two names of the nominees for the position of the Deputy Speaker. Once that is done, I'm sure we'll hear when the bell rings indicating the resumption of the House, and the members will then be able to cast their votes secretly. Abahlabe bebonile ababukeli bethu pha ngokuba babonisa bakwenzeka ntoni ngaphakathi eNational Assembly uba i-voting booths ziredi, members majority yazo sezingaphakathi, so it's just a matter of time where we start hearing that bell ringing and calling all the members back to the House.
Because it's important that we remind viewers that the reason why the proceedings have been suspended is because those ballot papers have to be printed, and this shows that Parliament does not have any preemptive idea of what is going to happen within the proceedings. Of course, this means that the whole procedure is protected. The integrity of the procedure is protected. Of course, then after this, like you said, members will be able to cast their election. Members will be able to cast their vote like we did and on the 29th of May 2024. And of course, this is a reflection of a democratic state where members are also allowed within the National Assembly to practice their democratic right of voting for their preferred candidate.
This is the best reflection of our country's democracy. There's no way. Uyayibona na uba kwenzeka ntoni ngaphakathi, sibonile amagama amaninzi ephakanyiswa, kodwa ke we are still watching this, we are still waiting for the National Assembly to resume for the election of the Deputy Speaker. As we had shown you earlier, that everything seems to be ready. The booth, well, the voting booths are there. Members will be making their way in. Like as I said earlier, that there are two candidates nominated for the Deputy Speaker. One is Honorable Vuyolwethu Zungula, and the other one is Dr. Annelien Lotriet of the Democratic Alliance. Of course, Mr. Zungula is the leader of the African Transformation Movement. So we're waiting to see when the members come back on who is going to be the Deputy Speaker of the 7th administration. The House is now suspended for the printing of the ballots before the commencement of the vote for the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. We will be taking you into the chamber as soon as the House resumes.
But in the meantime, Thembinkosi, I think it's important that we look at why the mace was not there when the Chief Justice was presiding over those proceedings for the election of the Speaker. And now that the Speaker has been elected, the mace was put up. Let's take a look at this.
Building our great South African nation together.
The mace is a symbol of the authority of the National Assembly. It is carried into the chamber by the Sergeant-at-Arms and announces the arrival of the Speaker of the National Assembly. It signifies that the House is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. Standing at 1.196 meters and weighing 9.86 kilograms, the current mace is a representation of South Africa's democracy. The new mace was designed to reflect the history, tradition, diversity, culture, and languages of South Africa. The mace also celebrates the country's natural beauty, its plant and animal life, and its rich mineral resources. Each element was carefully chosen with this in mind. Though it appears to be a single unit, the mace was made and fitted in sections on an aluminium core. At the head of the mace is an 18-karat gold drum covered in springbok skin, which in turn is attached to the drum by 18 buttons made from South African minerals and gemstones. On top of the drum rests a book made from gold on which, in raised text, is an extract from the preamble to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The drum features images of South Africans going about their daily business. Some of the depictions that can be seen on the drum is a miner, saxophonist, machinist, architect, builder, soccer player, forklift driver, scientist, teacher, doctor, domestic worker, a woman with a baby on her back and a hoe in her hand, a woman driving a tractor, and children reading and working. The images are designed to look like African woodcuts and were chiseled by hand to create a three-dimensional look. The drum is fitted on a gold neck illustrated with dancing sand figures. 3 platinum discs in decreasing size connect the head of the mace to the shaft. The shaft is made of aluminium and inlaid with cherry and box wood. The top of the shaft is encircled by an 18-karat gold band with 6 black and 6 white half-carat diamonds set into it. Beneath this is the South African coat of arms in full color enamel. 2/3 from the top of the mace is a beaded South African flag. The white on the flag is represented by 800 platinum or white gold beads, the yellow by 70 yellow gold beads, and the red, green, blue and black by colored glass beads. Before the mace tapers to the end is another gold band of 6 black and 6 white diamonds, and then another band of platinum. The shape of the mace recalls the Nobgiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The drum, which forms the head of the mace, is an expression of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It's also a reminder that South Africa's transition to democracy was achieved through dialogue, with Parliament serving as a place where many different voices are heard. Gold is one of the core ingredients in the mace. Archaeological finds show that gold has been mined and used in African culture for centuries. Its use in the mace symbolizes the country's natural wealth and also the ancient indigenous gold mining traditions. The open book on top of the drum symbolizes the Constitution of South Africa and the principles around which Parliament functions. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country and plays a central role in the development of a new South Africa. This is echoed in its position at the top of the mace. The writing on the open pages of the book is the first line of the preamble to the Constitution in each of the 11 official languages and one line from an extinct Khoisan language. The platinum rings found at intervals along the shaft of the mace recall the rings worn by Ndebele women. Under the first set of platinum rings, at the base of the drum, is an image of 2 Khoisan taken from the Linton Stone, a world-famous example of South African rock art dating back at least 20,000 years. The image is a symbol of social interaction, coherence, and interdependence, all elements needed for a country such as South Africa to grow and prosper. The result of all this is a mace that recalls the past, mirrors the present, and looks forward to the future.
Welcome back to the City ICC, where we are watching the first sitting of the National Assembly. Of course, members are taking their seats, the bells are ringing, and they are called to come through to the chamber so that proceedings may go underway. Now, of course, 2 members have been nominated. This is Mr. Vuyolethu Zungula, who was nominated by Mr. Shivambu, and this was seconded by Mr. Mahlatsi. And then the second nominee is Dr. Annelie Lotriet, who was nominated by Ms. Warube, and this was seconded by Ms. van der Walt.
Yes, and as we are seated here, we can hear the bell ringing outside, which indicates that in less than 10 minutes the House will resume. As you can see also on your screen, with the members walking in, some seated, some making the last phone calls as we wait for the resumption of the House. But the voting booths are ready, which means as soon as the House resumes, then the Speaker will then facilitate the election and the voting of the Deputy Speaker position.
Of course, we have new and old members of Parliament, and the most important part of having new and young members of Parliament is that we are celebrating Youth Day on the 16th of June on Sunday. And of course, tomorrow the NCOP is scheduled to sit for their first sitting, just as the SCP has announced in his media briefing yesterday. Parliament is ready and members are being registered as they make their way to Cape Town from their respective provinces.
And as you've just seen on your screen, that some of our young members of Parliament that will be shaping the direction that the country should be taking, and you can see there the chairperson of the African National Congress, Mr. Mantashe, and some of the ANC members there, Mr. David Mahlobo, Ms. Nokuzola Tolashe. I've seen quite a few old members, and though we have a pretty mix, we have a nice mix of members. You have your old members, you have your new members, and amongst the new members, you have younger members as well.
That is true. And I love how this is just in line with Youth Month and obviously the celebration of Youth Day. Obviously, this is a highlight of the youth of 1976 and their struggles and, of course, their achievements. And this is probably the reason why we have the youth within decision-making, within policy-making processes, such as the National Assembly.
And this is a live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. We've had the Speaker elected, Ms. Thoko Didiza. She is the 5th woman Speaker of the National Assembly. And right now, we are expecting the vote for the Deputy Speaker to kick on as soon as the House resumes.
Teminkosi, it's important to note that the reason why we have the new Speaker of the National Assembly is because the Chief Justice, Chief Raymond Zondo, he presided over the proceedings of the nomination and election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, we saw similar images playing out when we had that nomination and election, where proceedings had to be suspended because ballots had to be printed, where members had to come back to issue and cast their vote for their preferred candidate, and where the Chief Justice finally announced the new Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza.
And as we're sitting here and waiting, we're hoping to hear later on the Speaker of the National Assembly announcing the new Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Just for our viewers at home, and to clarify this again, we have Parliament, and Parliament has two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. And today's sitting is focused on the National Assembly. The National Council of Provinces, as you have indicated earlier, we will be dealing with that one tomorrow. So today we have not elected a Speaker of Parliament. Parliament doesn't have a Speaker, but the National Assembly has a Speaker. So we've just elected the Speaker of the National Assembly, and now we're awaiting the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Of course, it has been a long day, and members are in the chamber. They're interacting, engaging with each other, waiting for the secret ballots, to cast their secret ballots for their preferred candidate. Of course, we mentioned earlier that there are two nominations for the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and that is Mr. Vuyolethu Zungula from the ATM. He's the president of the ATM, in fact, and Dr. Annelie Lotriet, who is from the Democratic Alliance.
And just to remind our viewers that that nomination of Vuyo Zungula came from the Deputy President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Mr. Floyd Shivambu, and that the nomination of Dr. Annelie Lotriet as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly came from the Democratic Alliance benches. So wait to see as soon as the House resumes. As you can see that in your screen there, that the voting booths, they are preparing the voting booths which are already on the floor. So we are hoping that at any given moment now, the House will resume.
And of course, it's important to mention the importance of the role of the Chief Justice in the earlier proceedings when the members they nominated and elected the Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, the new National Speaker of the new Speaker of the National Assembly is the one who presided over the nominations and elections of the Deputy Speaker. Now, talking about the youth and their integration in the National Assembly, let's look at this promotion of Youth Month and the Youth Day that will be celebrated on 16 June 2024.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources.
May we please be seated? We shall now proceed with the voting. Assistant returning officers will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them. Thank you very much. The procedure of voting is as follows. According to the rules for the conduct of this meeting, in terms of item 9 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, one ballot paper with the official mark must be issued to every member present and eligible to vote at this meeting. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. As previously mentioned, members of the National Assembly must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they can perform their functions, and therefore, members who have not been sworn in will not be called. As you know, all of you who are here have already been sworn in. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and must record his or her vote by placing a cross against the name of the candidate for whom he or she desires to vote in the space provided on the ballot paper. After making the mark on the ballot paper and while still in the booth, members must fold their ballot paper in such a manner that the official mark thereon is visible to the assistant returning officers at the ballot box. Honorable Member, in the earlier voting, it was recorded that 9 votes were actually spoiled ballot votes because of various reasons. One of those is the mark that has been recorded in the space allocated for voting. I just want to advise members that when voting, we do not use a tick, we actually cross. Make an X. It does not mean you do not want that person. So I'm just advising members so that we appreciate that when we do the voting, we mark a cross instead of a tick. After the assistant returning officer has noted the official mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. Honorable members, the returning officers will now call upon members to vote.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bab, TEV. Bartlett M, Basson LJ, Bateman AG, Bath EM, Beasley AD, Bergman D, Bila TJ, Bilankulu NK, Blosse MB, Botlani TK.
Pushes me back.
You get used to it. But it is scary. And it's
I nearly fell at the city hall.
Yeah.
When I came back, it was gone.
Bolman NJ, Boshielo SP, Boshoff WJ, Botius A, Breitenbach G, Buyuk MJ, Benz Namasha Z, Butelezi EM, Butelezi NZ, Butelezi SA. Cameron I, Kapa RN, Tebekulu RN, Chabane MS, Chance RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, Che TM, Chikunga LS, Christians DC. Christy KA, Clark MO, Clute EA, Chris BD, Cuthbert MJ, Davids SW, De Bloch van Schelinga AD, De Brain K, De Lil P, De Villiers JN.
Dena H. Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M.
Delanga M, Dagmore CM, Dunjwa ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F, Freeman E, Frenchman S, Frolic CT, Ghana SM.
Kancho N, Gilishe S, Kwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Gina N, Godlimpi Z, Kodongwana E. Gondwe MM, Gross R, Govana Y, Graham Murray SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Kwahube S, Adebe NM, Hala MM, Hassan F. Harting C, Hendricks MGE, Tlabisa VF, Hlengwa M, Hlongo AS, Hlonyana KNF, Olomisa BH, Horn W, Hansinger CHA, Ishmael S. H, did I say H? H, Ismail H, sorry.
Jacobs LC, James DE, Jonas GF, Jordan C, Kehakilwe BM, Kekana PS, Khabo GD, Khobisa Ngaba K, Khachau KL.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JQ, Klopper DD, Koba MP, Kola D.
Kumani LM, Kurnov GW, Krier HCC, Kubai MT, Kumbaka AN, Kwankwa NLS, Labaskachni C, Lamola RO, Leroux KWD, Lachuta MD.
JRB, Lotriet A, Low STD. SE, Lutul N, Mabe, Mabe B, BE, Macpherson, DW, Madigizela, BS, M.
Magagula TE, Maambeshala T, Mahlangu SS, Mahlatsi LW, Mahlaule MG, Mahlobo MD, Mahumapelo SOR, Maloila PR, Maimane MA.
Order, honorable members. Can we converse a bit lower so that you can hear your voices when they are called? Your names, rather, when they are called.
Maimela KJ, Majodina PCP, Majozi Z, Makasi N, Mahato MP, Makubela LS, Malatsi MS, Malema JS, Malimacha CN, Manaha L, Manamela KB, Maneli BM, Mandasha GS, Manyi M, Mautwe OMC, Marais EJ, Marais P, Mahau TL, Masango PS. Maseko LM, Masemula ND, Mashabela NR, Mashatile SP, Mashele TV, Masina MC, Masondo D, Maswanganyi MJ, Matabata CS,
Matafa OM, Matale CC, Matulelwa B, Mattheis L, Matiase NS, Matsone NWA, Mbio IM. Mackenzie G, Maklua JJ, Nkunu AS, Nkunu TVB, Mdluli MM, Mente Nkuna NV, Meshwe KRJ, Meth N.
Gcina PS, Mgweba T, Mahawule MR, Mhlawuli NB, Mhlongo NH, Mikalakis G, Milham KJ. Mkhalipi HO, Mkhize ZL, Mkhonto CN, Mkhwebane BJ, Mkutu L, Molutsane ML, Mngwangu MA, Mganga Cabashe LA. Mudisempia M, Moela MS, Mufukeng ML, Morale TP, Muhai SJ, Mushala MR, Mukwena JL, Mukwena LG, Mulwele NA.
Montwedi MK, Moa SJ, Moraka AT, Murolong IK, Musikatsi S, Mutsecha MA, Mutwaledi PA.
PTL, Mkhaga M, Ntolo NE, Mulder CP, Munyai TB, Mutambi AF. Mvana NQ, Myberg NG, Nalumango RS, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalane NA, Ndamase P, Ndlozi MQ.
Order, honorable members. Please try to lower your voices. Some of the members are unable to hear their names when they are called.
Neil May HE, Nel AC, Nemadzinga Chavalala J, Ngobo SL, Gobeni LM, Nana ME, Nehas CG, Nkabane NP.
Nkopane NS, Nkosi NE, Nodada BB, Noluchungu NJ, Nontenja CT, Nonsele M, Ngola X, Ntlangwini EN. Nchali LL, Nchabeni KPS, Ntuli M, Nyonto M, Nzimande BE, Nzuza NB, Pambo V, Pitch WD. Ntuli M.
Peterson J.S., Pagla M.J., Piri C.M., Hawani M.B., Plaikis W.T.D., Poole C.J., Potgieter L.R., Powell E.L., Kule D.D.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramulubeng A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Rock FC, Rock FS,
Sangoni, KLN, Sapo, L, Sarupen, AN, Souls, A, Shikaling, L, Shreiba, LA, Siabi, AM, Situlu, IS, Sekwati, SC.
Silamulela, SD, Sene, MM, Shabangu, FL, Shelembe, ML, Shikwambana, M, Shivambu, NF, Shiviti, TG, Sibiya, NM.
Order, honorable members. May I ask those of you who are standing and have observed that most of you have been standing most of the time. I understand you may be tired, but can we please take our seats and ensure that the House decorum is observed? Thank you.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R.
Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Sompamasiu NS, Sochu MM, Spies ERJ, Steenhuisen JH, Subrathi SI, Swart SN, Swart B, Tafeni N.
Tetyana Y, Thembekwayo SS, Thring WM, Tikana Qotiwe W, Tito LF, Klong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP.
Chotetsi NT, Van der Merwe LL, Van der Walt D, Van Staden PA, Van Zyl AM, Vilakazi SG, Wakelin KH, Webster NL, Vessels WW.
Whitfield AG, Velskat C, Xaba PP, Xhego ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zikalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Order, honorable members. Are there any members who have not voted and wish to do so now? If not, the assistant returning officers will close and seal the ballot boxes.
Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Please don't forget the observers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shibambo. Indeed, I was going to request, if parties do not have a problem, if the same representatives who were observers in the first voting process can do so. But if they wish to nominate others, they can do so too.
No, I will proceed like that. So the same
Are
observers.
all parties okay that the same representative becomes the observers? Thank you very much.
Yes, I was representing everyone, Speaker, so we're fine.
Order. I now suspend proceedings to enable the returning officers to count the votes in my presence and report the results to me. As we suspend these proceedings, other members, I will request that you go and have your dinner, the same place where you had your lunch, so that when we come back with the announcements of the vote, we would have had dinner, and those of you who need comfort break would have done so already. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of the proceedings. The House is adjourned.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly, coming to you live on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408. The House has just been suspended by the Speaker, and that is to allow for the counting of the votes, as they've just concluded voting for the Deputy Speaker. So we can expect that in the next hour or so, Tsepo, we will get to know who the Deputy Speaker for the 7th administration is.
And to remind viewers that we had 2 nominated members for the position of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, this is Mr. Vuyolethu Zungula, who is the President of the ATM, and Dr. Annelie Lotrich, who belongs to the Democratic Alliance. Now, let's talk about the process that we saw the Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly rather, take when she started with the secret ballot. Firstly, like the Chief Justice, she ensured that the ballot boxes were empty. And then she read out the rules and regulations that are applicable to the voting process to ensure that the members were informed of what rules and regulations would take place at that time. Most importantly, she reminded them that it's very important to mark with an X and not a tick or anything else to ensure that their ballot papers are not spoiled. And of course, right after that, after the votes were cast, she asked that whether the ballot boxes could be closed, and then they were sealed. And of course, party observers were invited. And now, after looking at the integrity and preserving the integrity of the process, we are now in the counting of the votes.
And it has been a long process, Tsepo. We know that this sitting started at 10 o'clock this morning, and we've just hit after 6, and we are now waiting for the results of the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. It's quite an interesting process, especially knowing that once the Deputy Speaker has been declared, and the National Assembly will then move to electing the President, and that will be presided over by the Chief Justice. So once the Speaker makes the announcement on the Deputy Speaker, and then the Sergeant at Arms will then usher in again the Chief Justice to preside over the election of the President. A process that you can also expect to take some time, but we sit and wait to see who will be our Deputy Speaker for the 7th administration, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly for the 7th administration, between Mr. Zungula and Dr. Annelie Lotrich.
And of course, now with the third part of the segment where the President is going to be elected, it's very important to look at the role that the Chief Justice plays. Remember, in the beginning, he was presiding over the proceedings of electing the Speaker of the National Assembly. Right after that, the Speaker took over those proceedings for the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And then we are expecting the Chief Justice to come back and play that role again to preside over the proceedings of electing the President.
And it's the same process that we'll see tomorrow when Parliament, when the National Council of Provinces sits for the first time to elect its presiding officers. So it's going to be another long day tomorrow. But coming back to today's sitting, it's good to see democracy at play, because what we are currently seeing happening in the National Assembly now is democracy at play. We have 2 nominees. We had 2 nominees for the position of the Speaker, and Ms. Titiza was duly elected the Speaker of the National Assembly. We have 2 nominees for the election of the Deputy Speaker, and we sit and wait to see who will be the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly for the 7th administration.
And of course, mirroring what happened in the IEC with the big national and provincial elections on the 29th of May, there are party observers that are allowed to sit in and ensure that there is integrity and that counting is done appropriately and there's no cheating that is done. And obviously, I think parties do this to ensure that democracy is played out properly, right? That the exercising of their vote is done so effectively and without any counter challenges and without feeling like they have any issues with the whole process of electing the preferred candidate to be the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
And just to share some information on some of the work of Parliament, if you remember when we opened up earlier, you indicated when I was sitting with Mr. Klausel that
the role of Parliament TV is to educate our viewers. So if you can just read one of the roles of Parliament, because it does indicate that the focus of each parliamentary term is dedicated by the national agenda and subsequent role required of Parliament. The first and second parliaments focus on legislation, repealing apartheid laws and introducing transformational laws to create an environment conducive to the entrenchment of democracy. Furthermore, the introduction of the Bill of Rights provided for the redress and guaranteed basic human rights, including civil, political, socio-economic, and environmental rights.
I think it's important while we are waiting for these results to highlight that some of the functions and the importance of the role of the Deputy Speaker. And here it says that his responsibility will be to ensure the smooth running of some parliamentary projects delegated to him or her, and to attend to correspondence referred by the Speaker and advise the Speaker accordingly. Obviously, then the Deputy Speaker also performs other functions as delegated by the Speaker. I think it's also important to note that the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly will then be assigned responsibilities in state institutions supporting democracy, members' facilities training, sectorial parliaments, parliamentary villages, implementation of Parliament's language policy, and public education and relations. Clearly, their role and their function is pivotal to ensuring the smooth running of the National Assembly.
Yes, because we have seen in the past when the National Assembly Speaker vacated office, the Deputy Speaker came on and acted as the Speaker of the National Assembly for the remainder of that parliamentary term. So we can never really underestimate the role of the Deputy Speaker, because should there be an event that leads to the Speaker not being there, and then the Deputy Speaker then assumes that role. So they've got such a pivotal role, as you have indicated, to play in this democratic parliament.
And of course, let's remind you that tomorrow the NCOP will be having its first sitting on the 15th of June. And similar to what we have witnessed today in the National Assembly, members will be going to the NCOP to constitute the provincial legislature rather. Members have been coming into Cape Town and going through the registration process to ensure that tomorrow goes as smoothly as possible.
Definitely, Sebo. But for now, let's check what we have for our viewers in store, and we will be back in less than an hour.
The National Assembly is made up of 400 members. The impact of the Electoral Amendment Act is that we may now have independents, because the law now allows independents to be members of parliament. We never had that before. So that's the impact. But in terms of the composition of the House, that will not change the 400 members. You'll still have. Of course, there is a technical process of working that out, where you have 200 members from the region to national, and you have 200 members from national to national in terms of the voting procedures. But to answer you, we have 400 members all in all. Once the results are announced, they must still be handed over to Parliament. Now, the system that has been developed there is that the Electoral Commission will hand the results to the Chief Justice. And why the Chief Justice? Because the law gives the Chief Justice the authority to determine the dates for the first sitting of the National Assembly of the National Council of Provinces, of the provincial legislatures. So once the names, the designated members are given to or the people designated to be members of parliament are given to the Chief Justice will then hand that over to Parliament and the provincial legislatures. We anticipate that to happen in the coming week, after the declaration, obviously. And then the Chief Justice must set the date for the first sittings. And that is where you will then have all the members of the National Assembly, specifically I'm talking about the National Assembly now, go to National Parliament, and the first sitting of the NA and the first sitting of the provincial legislatures will be on the same day, in all probability. And at that sitting, there are 4 things that must happen. The first one is that the members must be sworn in, take the oath or affirmation, and that process is led by the Chief Justice. Once that process is done, you then, because the House is now fully constituted, you then move to the election of office bearers. Once the members can begin to transact business, you then go to the election of office bearers. You study the election of the Speaker. That session will be led by the Chief Justice as well. That is done. You then go to the election of the Deputy Speaker. The Speaker must then preside over that. And then you now have members sworn in. You then have a Speaker. You then have the Deputy Speaker. At that point, in fact, I must correct myself, at that point, the House is then fully constituted. It can then elect the President. So the election of the President will come last. Usually starts at 2 o'clock, but it depends on how long the other election processes take. Then once the President is elected, the NA is done with this sitting. The next day will obviously be the NCOP, once the provincial legislatures are constituted and delegates are sent to National Parliament. Then you have the NCOP sitting, electing the chair, electing the deputy chairpersons. And beyond that, if you want me to go beyond that, of course, members must then attend the inauguration of the President, which must happen within 5 days after the first sitting of the NA. And after the inauguration, we must then go run an onboarding program, induction of members. That will run its own course. And beyond that, the houses must meet to elect other office bearers like house chairpersons. The committees of Parliament must meet, like the Rules Committee, must meet to establish portfolio committees. In the NA, of course, in the NCOP, to the select committees. We still must pass the budget. The budget was not passed at the time we adjourned. So Parliament must still pass the budget. It must still go through the Houses of Parliament, the committees of Parliament, the houses, both Houses of Parliament, and then it's passed. In terms of the law, the budget must be passed within 4 months from the start of the financial year. So we expect that by end of July, we'll have passed the budget. But before that, we think that we'll also have the opening of Parliament. I'm saying we think because we don't have the date yet. Must still have the opening of Parliament, which previously was called State of the Nation Address, second State of the Nation Address. But now, in terms of the rules, it's called the opening of Parliament. And from then on, the business of Parliament continues.
The CSIR, in collaboration with the SABC, are once again part of the South African elections, using its prediction models for the South African national and provincial elections, a model that the CSIR introduced since the 1999 general elections. And standing with me now is Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking this interview.
No, thank you for welcoming me.
Dr. Baloyi, if you could briefly share with us what is the role of the CSIR in an election?
Okay, the role of the CSIR, and as you said, we collaborate with the SABC, is to utilize our expertise as a scientists and engineers to come up with a prediction model that can help assist the country and especially society at large to really track how well the elections are unfolding as the IEC is busy giving out the results as they come through from the different voting districts.
And what are these models that the CSIR is using to arrive at its predictions?
We have developed mathematical and statistical models that we look at the data that we collected from previous elections. And from there, we develop the algorithms and into a software package that we can use to predict what results to expect once we reach a particular level of voting district declarations.
So this is not the first election, obviously. Now, based on the previous elections, have these predictions really given you the outcome that you would like to see?
Yes, I don't want to brag, but absolutely. Since we started doing our predictions since 1999, we've always been accurate in our predictions. And we started cooperating with the SABC since 2004. And we also feel comfortable and confident that even in these elections, we're going to be accurate in our predictions.
And when does CSIR start with its work? When does CSIR ordinarily start preparing for an upcoming election?
Actually, we start as soon as we collect the results from these elections. For example, for the next elections, we have to update our models with the new data. So we start as soon as possible. So when the next elections come, for example, the municipal elections, when they do come, we are ready for it.
Mr. Baloyi, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, that was Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR talking to us about CSIR prediction models in an election. Since the late 90s, the IEC has partnered with the Human Sciences Research Council to undertake a program on electoral research. Joining me now is Dr. Stephen Gordon, a senior research specialist for developmental, capable and ethical state at the Human Sciences Research Council. Good afternoon and thank you for talking to us.
And thank you for talking about such an important, relevant issue in our fast-changing democracy here in South Africa.
If you could just briefly give us an overview of the work of the Council.
So the Human Science Research Council has been conducting an election satisfaction survey since 1999, tracking satisfaction with the quality of elections. We must remember that elections are only considered free and fair if the voters themselves share this perspective. So we've been asking voters, do you think the election was free and fair? How can we improve the election experience? What can the Election Commission do to make sure your vote is safe, secret, and secure?
Now, if you've just shared some of the intentions for conducting this research, but if you can just briefly take us through some of the methodologies that you use when conducting the election research.
So we have data scientists. They select 300 voting stations and send field workers to those voting stations. They conduct an exit poll. So as people exit the voting station after having voted, they're interviewed and asked a number of questions, usually takes about 15 minutes. These voting stations are selected according to their demographics, geographic position, and their socioeconomic makeup. We follow the best international standards in terms of weighting and analyzing this data, and indeed credit must go to the Election Commission for investing in one of the longest, most robust election satisfaction surveys, not just in Africa, but in the world.
Welcome back. You're still watching the
May we
live
be
broadcast of Parliament TV. Of course, we are bringing you the first sitting of the National Assembly. And as you can see on your screen, the Deputy Speaker election
Order.
Vote counting has
On
concluded.
behalf
But let
of
us take you back to the House.
I wish now to ask the returning officer to give me the results. Thank you. Honorable members, the report on the results of the counting of votes for the position of the Deputy Speaker are as follows. Total number of ballot papers issued were 339. 339. Total number of ballot papers counted, 338. The total number of invalid ballot papers were 12, meaning that there were 11 that were spoiled, and there was one which had been issued, and yet it was actually stamped on both sides, and it was therefore not used. I now want to announce who got how many votes. Honorable V. Zungula, 54 votes. Thank you. Honorable Annelie Lothriet, 273 votes. Thank you. On behalf of all present here, I wish to congratulate you on your election, Honorable Lothriet, on your election as Deputy Speaker. You now have the opportunity of addressing the House for a few minutes as an expression of your honor on being elected. You can utilize the podium.
ANC stand.
We are standing.
Order, honorable members. 2060. Order. Can we now allow the Deputy Speaker to give her remarks?
Honorable Speaker, Chief Justice, Mr. President, honorable members and guests. Madam Speaker, I would firstly want to congratulate you on your election. I can assure you of my support, and I wish you strength, courage, and wisdom. This is a tremendous honor and privilege, as well as a great responsibility that has been bestowed on me. This is a position that I do not take lightly, and I fully understand the trust that has been placed in me. I undertake to fulfill my duties with care, commitment, and humility, and to be fair and just, and to do all in my power to do justice to this position. I would like to thank you for your trust that you have placed in me, and I undertake that I will do everything not to disappoint you, and that we will make this 7th Parliament the best Parliament ever, and that we will work for the interest of the people of this country. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam.
Honorable Speaker, it's Honorable
Sorry?
Telezi here. I wanted to check whether the Speaker can use her discretion to also announce the results of KwaZulu-Natal.
Order, Honorable Slabisa. May I ask the returning officers just to move the ballot boxes a bit so that I can see members at the back? Well, Honorable Slabisa, I would have loved to do so, but
No, it
for
was
all the
Buthelezi.
provinces that have already undertaken their elections, these results are very interesting overall. Honorable members, we have concluded the proceedings for the election of the Deputy Speaker of the House. In consultation with our religious leaders, as it is always the norm, that after the Deputy Speaker has been elected, they usually bless the House. We have asked them to do so after the election of the President. I will now ask the Chief Justice to come and proceed.
Speaker.
Honorable Shibambo?
Speaker.
Yes, I can hear.
No, thank you very much. We have sent you a letter using Rule 119 of the National Assembly rules to request that you should invoke Section 8(9), subsection 1 of South Africa's Constitution to invoke the impeachment process in relation to the report which was tabled here in the National Assembly in relation of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's involvement in the Phala case. So we have sent you that letter that is an immediate issue of focus and error of focus, and a motion that should be invoked as per Rule 119 of the National Assembly rules, that the immediate urgent motion that we must attend to should be the impeachment process of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa for the case which was established to have prima facie basis by a panel which was led by a former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court. We have also delivered the hard copy letters to you now, and the Deputy Speaker of the Democratic Alliance, so that you can pay attention to it as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Shibambo.
Can you please acknowledge the receipt of the letter? Yes.
Honorable Shibambo, thank you very much. Your representative have just delivered an envelope indicating that this is the letter sent to me. I'm not sure whether the Deputy Speaker has received such a letter. However, this matter will need to be deliberated upon. As you know, that there was a process that was undertaken by the 6th administration, and that matter was concluded as such. And therefore, in this instance, once we have considered your letter, we will give you the response on how the 7th administration would like to respond to this matter. For now, we will proceed with the election of the President of the Republic of South Africa. Chief Justice.
Yes.
Honorable members, we are now at the stage where we have to deal with the election of president. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for President of the Republic of South Africa. Are there any nominations? Honorable member here.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Mdumiseni Ntuli, the Chief Whip of the African National Congress, and I hereby nominate Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa as the President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? Somebody must just raise the hand.
DA.
Who in the member there? Okay. Mr. Singh?
It will be Honorable Hlabisa, Chief Justice.
Or Honorable Hlabisa?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. I am Velenkosini Hlabisa and hereby second the name of Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to be the President of the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing whether he accepts or not, I would like to find out at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination. I think he's reluctant.
Chief Justice, I do accept the nomination with pleasure.
Thank you very much. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice. Right at the back.
Yes.
Must I stand up?
Oh, hang on 1 second.
Oh,
hang on 1 second.
I'll pick up the mic. Okay, fine.
This nomination complies with the requirements and is valid. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice, I'm already on the floor.
Please go ahead.
I thought my nomination was making you nervous a bit. I, Ngabayomzi Lawrence Saziso Kwangwa, ichawe lezulu zigodlwana zemazendala zingalala endleleni kunyembelekile, hereby nominate Julius Silo Malema as candidate for election as President of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you very much.
Order, 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 order. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that nomination?
Chief Justice.
Yes.
I, Vuyo Lwethu Zungula, uDosini, uNcwina, uNoyila, uQabashe, into engathi inkosi emntwini ngoba inkosi ngokwayo, I second the nomination.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing if he accepts the nomination, I would like to know at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination.
I, Julius Sello Malema, accept the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josie, stand up.
Mary Julius was a decline.
Josie ML.
We will wait for the form. The nomination of the second nominee for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa complies with the requirements and it is valid. Yeah, okay. I now wish to announce that the candidates that have been properly nominated for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa are Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa and Mr. Julius Silo Malema. Yes. Is there any further nomination? There is none. Since more than one candidate has been nominated, a secret ballot will take place in terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I now suspend proceedings to allow the returning officer to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume proceedings when the bells are rung. The proceedings are suspended.
Julius, Ndlozi did not stand up when you are nominated. Fire him.
Please, you must talk to
Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and changemakers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
You are still tuned in to Parliament TV live at the CTICC, where we are holding the first sitting of the National Assembly. Of course, it's been an eventful day since about 10 a.m. this morning, where we saw the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly, and then, of course, we just saw the results of the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Now, I'm going to take you through those numbers a little bit. Remember, we had two nominated candidates, and this was Mr. Violet Zungula from the ATM and Dr. Annelie Lotriet from the Democratic Alliance. And the Speaker of the National Assembly announced the results as follows. There were 339 ballot papers issued. Of those 339 issued ballot papers, 338 were counted, 11 were spoiled, and 1 was invalid. Of course, Mr. Zungula received 54 votes, and Dr. Annelie Lotriet received 273 votes from the National Assembly. And of course, this means that Dr. Annelie Lotriet is duly elected as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And I think it's quite a profound moment that we have a National Assembly that is led by women.
Of course, Tsepo, this is a very historic moment. We have the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly both being women. And yes, you just gave us the breakdown of how the election of the Deputy Speaker went on in the House. we now know that Dr. Annelien Lotriet has been nominated the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and will be working together hand in hand with Ms. Toko Didiza. But what followed after that, we saw the Chief Justice returning back to preside over the election of the President. And yes, two candidates have been nominated, one being President Cyril Ramaphosa and the other one being the President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Mr. Julius Selo Malema. We know that Mr. Dumiseni Ntuli nominated the President and was seconded by Mr. Velenkosi Hlabini, the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, who at the time also asked if the Speaker could make an announcement of the results of the KZN provincial legislature. However, that was not entertained by the Speaker on the basis that 9 provinces had held elections, so she would have to make announcements on all those outcomes. And of course, then we know that Mr. Nkwankwa Nqabayomzi of the UDM, he got up and nominated Mr. Julius Malema as the president candidate, presidential candidate, and that was seconded by Mr. Zungula, who was nominated for the position of the Deputy Speaker by Mr. Floyd Shivambu. So the House has been suspended to prepare for the ballot papers, as we are done. We're electing the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. And then once the ballot papers are completed, then you'll see those voting booths back in the studio. But just to give you a little bit of information on the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelien Lotriet joined Parliament in 2009 as a member of the National Assembly. She serves on the Joint Constitutional Review Committee, the Powers and Privileges Committee, the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest, and she's also the Deputy Shadow Minister of Science and Technology in the Democratic Alliance, Parliament's official opposition. In May 2019, she was elected as the official opposition's parliamentary caucus chairperson. She has previously served as the Shadow Minister of Higher Education and Training and the Shadow Minister of Arts and Culture.
Today is truly historic, as this is the first time there are 2 women at the helm of the National Assembly. Temikosi, I think it's exciting, in fact, that we've been talking about Youth Month, especially because it's been celebrated on the 16th of June. We're celebrating Youth Day. And of course, we've been talking about inequality being a challenge between women, and obviously with poverty and the economic status of our country. But I think it is quite empowering and encouraging to see that we have a national assembly that is led by 2 women.
I think, Sabo, the other thing that you need to acknowledge is that we spoke about it earlier about women representation in the National Assembly, which has dropped from the previous administration to 43.5% now. But here we are, we're sitting with 2 women that will be in charge of the National Assembly.
Of course,
a Speaker and the Deputy Speaker.
That is true. Of course, I think it's very important that now that the National Assembly has been constituted and now we are at the process of electing the President, I think let's highlight the powers of the National Assembly as entrenched in the Constitution. And this comes from Section 55 of the Constitution, which talks to the powers of the National Assembly. Of course, in exercising its legislative power, the National Assembly may consider, pass, amend, or reject any legislation before the Assembly. And 2B of Section 55 is to initiate or prepare legislation except money bills. These are big functions, these are important functions that the National Assembly is now empowered with and will go forward with in these next 5 years.
And we've seen recently some of those responsibilities of powers of the National Assembly that are highlighted here. Remember that not so long ago, last year, the President signed into law the Electoral Amendment Act, Electoral Amendment Bill. He signed it into law. It's now an Electoral Amendment Act of 2023. he has signed it, which is why we're able to have independent candidates during the elections of May 29. We know that a number of laws have also been signed by the president, which is the powers that the National Assembly has. Those laws would have been processed here in the National Assembly before being transferred to the president for assent. And further to that, the section 55(2) of that indicate that the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and to maintain oversight of, one, the exercise of national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation and any organ of state.
Of course, we have always had a National Assembly that is robust. Members do not fear giving their opinions and sharing what it is, any reservations that they might have with whatever the business of the National Assembly is at that moment. And of course, I think it's important then we should highlight on the privilege of members of the National Assembly, and this is highlighted in section 58 of the Constitution, and it says that cabinet members, deputy ministers and members of the National Assembly have freedom of speech in the Assembly and in its committees, subject to the rules and orders, and are not liable to civil or criminal proceedings, arrest, imprisonment or damages for anything they have said in, produced before or submitted to the Assembly or any of its committees. Secondly, anything revealed as a result of anything that they have said in, produced before, or submitted to the Assembly or any of its committees. The second part of this section of the Constitution says that other privileges and immunities of the National Assembly, cabinet members and members of the Assembly may be prescribed by the national legislation. And I think it's important that we highlight this to show you that members of the National Assembly are here to represent the people that have voted them into power. And of course, when it comes to freedom of speech, this is necessary to ensure that the voices of their constituents, the voices of the people that voted for them are heard within the parliamentary representatives.
That's perfect, Seppo. Just to give you a brief background also on the role of the Deputy Speaker, because according to the Assembly rules, whenever the Speaker is absent or unable to perform the function of his or her office, or when the office is vacant, then the Deputy Speaker must act as a Speaker. And I'm sure our viewers at home will remember that before the end of the 6th Parliament, we saw that the National Assembly, when the acting Speaker had to assume, when the acting Speaker, Mr. Tsinori, was then a Deputy Speaker, had to assume the role of the Deputy Speaker. And then the Deputy Speaker would then preside over a sitting of the House whenever requested to do so. She will also preside over the meeting of the Rules Committee and Program Committee when the Speaker is absent or when requested to do so. Just as we were mentioning earlier, that the position of the Deputy Speaker does not need to be overlooked. It comes with a huge responsibility, because should the Speaker be absent or not be able to perform a function, then the Deputy Speaker will assume that role.
Now, Thembinkosi, having spoken about the privileges that parliamentary members have and, of course, the powers that they have, especially looking at the freedom of speech, let's take a look at what is an MP.
An MP. Welcome to the Civics Academy Election Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of elections and why they are a central feature of democracy. In this video, we look at the role and functions of elected representatives who represent us in Parliament. In a democracy, voters elect members of Parliament, called MPs, to represent their interests. MPs have only temporary mandates and are accountable to voters. Voters do not have to re-elect them and the parties they might belong to if they do not deliver on their promises. Most MPs belong to a political party and represent their party in Parliament. MPs that do not belong to a political party and are elected as individuals in their own right are called independents. The roles and functions of MPs. MPs are primarily responsible for ensuring that the work of Parliament is done. They should ensure that Parliament provides a forum for debating important national issues, passing laws, and holding the executive branch of government accountable. In detail, MPs have many responsibilities. Legislation. MPs debate, pass, or reject laws that are drafted by the executive branch of government. Occasionally, MPs also draft their own laws called private members' bills. Their key role is to ensure that the laws passed by Parliament are in line with the country's constitution and will improve the lives of citizens. MPs play an important representative role by providing a link between government and the people. MPs are tasked with consulting citizens and representing their views in Parliament. However, the way that an MP represents people's views depends on the type of electoral system in a country. In South Africa, we have a proportional representation, or PR system, in which voters vote for a political party and not for an individual MP. That means, in reality, many MPs represent the interests of their political parties first and foremost. The party chooses which of their party representatives will sit as MPs in Parliament. MPs are then accountable to their parties. In this type of system, it is difficult for MPs to consult or represent a particular group or area of people or constituency. To try to solve this dilemma, many countries with PR systems, like South Africa, have introduced constituency work for their MPs. We explain the role and function of political parties in more detail in our video, What are Political Parties? Constituency work. South African MPs have been allocated a constituency area or town by their political parties. MPs are required to do constituency work during specific times of the year. During these constituency periods, MPs have a duty to be available to the public, help solve problems, and report back to their constituents on what is happening in Parliament. Oversight and accountability. MPs also scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and hold cabinet ministers and the president accountable. This includes regular questions which these executive members must respond to in Parliament. MPs also sit in parliamentary committees which oversee the work and spending of government departments. Debates. MPs participate in parliamentary debates, which are usually made public through the media. This helps to inform and instruct citizens about government policy and important current political issues. South Africa's MPs. South Africa has 3 types of elected representatives. Firstly, MPs at the national level sit in the National Parliament, which has 2 houses or chambers, the National Assembly, which represents the entire country, and the National Council of Provinces, which represents the interests of the provinces. There are 400 MPs in the National Assembly and 90 MPs in the National Council of Provinces. We explain what Parliament is in more detail in our video, What is the Legislature? Secondly, each province also has its own assembly called a provincial legislature, with varying numbers of members called MPLs, depending on the population of the province. Thirdly, South Africa also has representatives at the local level of government called councillors, forming municipal councils. We explain the types and functions of councillors in more detail in the Civics Academy Local Government series. All MPs are in powerful positions and can influence important laws and decisions that affect millions of people. There may be times when their personal or business interests conflict with their ability to look after the public interest. Therefore, all elected MPs, MPLs, and councillors must record their personal business and outside interests in a public register so that citizens can monitor any unethical or corrupt behavior. Summary. MPs are elected representatives, must act in the public interest, and are accountable to the citizens. You can find out who your party MP is in your area and contact them about issues that affect you. Remember that you must contact parliamentary MPs for national issues, MPLs for provincial issues, and your local councillor for concerns that relate to your immediate area. What is the legislature? Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is a place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our Parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of Parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received, using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, there are also many instances where the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have 4 main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment, and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the president from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as president. Once elected president, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The president and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. It is brought to you by Parliament TV on channel DSTV 408. And as you can see on the screen once again, the voting booths have been placed on the floor, and you can see the two ballot papers, which Thabo, I think, before the Chief Justice proceeds with today's business, he will be asking the presiding officers there to show that there is nothing in the boxes, it's empty. We've seen that being done with the nomination of the Speaker, nomination of the Deputy Speaker. Now we expect to see it being done with the nomination of the President as well.
And of course, Ngosi, now we can expect that with this process that members will be called back into the chamber. They will cast their vote for their preferred candidate. And then after these votes have been concluded, proceedings will be suspended to count the votes. Of course, throughout the day, we have said that this has been an eventful day, and throughout the day, member representatives, party representatives rather, have been allowed to stay in for the counting of votes.
And we have a very democratic day where we've seen the National Assembly electing a Deputy Speaker, electing a Speaker of the National Assembly and a Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Safe to say, both from different parties and both are women, which is very important, Tsepo, especially in our democracy, that we talk about the elevating women into positions of power, and we've seen it happening, and we hope that all the other institutions across will lead by the example that has been set by the National Assembly. But before we continue further on that, let's look at what is the role of the National Assembly.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These two houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. Thank you for staying tuned. Of course, we are live at the City ICC, where the first sitting of the National Assembly is underway. It has been an eventful day throughout, and the order of the day was the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly, the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and now the election of the President of the Republic of South Africa, which we're seeing the visuals live right now, where the ballot members can await their ballot papers to cast their vote for their preferred nominated candidate for the President of the Republic.
And so what the Chief Justice will do once voting is ready, he will start calling members one by one in alphabetical order, where the members will step forward, go to the to the voting booth, and then make their vote between the two candidates that have been nominated, in this instance, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and Mr. Julius Malema. And once the voting is done, then we will again, the Chief Justice will again suspend the House to allow for the counting of those votes, the same process that we had seen with the election of the Speaker and the election of the Deputy Speaker. So we're hoping that not long from now we'll especially once those votes have been cast, then we will be again sitting as the nation and waiting to hear the outcome of those results on who will lead this country in the 7th Parliament.
Of course, the National Assembly is a representation of all South Africans and the demographics throughout. And right now, it's fascinating that we have two women that are holding the responsibility of the National Assembly. Of course, we have Ms. Thoko Didiza and Dr. Annelie Lotriet, who is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and of course Ms. Didiza as the National Speaker of the Speaker of the National Assembly, of course. And right now, I think after we've just highlighted the role of the National Assembly, it's important to look at the important symbol of the National Assembly when it's in procession. Let's look at the mess. Stay tuned.
Building our great South African nation together.
The mace is a symbol of the authority of the National Assembly. It is carried into the chamber by the Sergeant-at-Arms and announces the arrival of the Speaker of the National Assembly. It signifies that the House is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. Standing at 1.196 meters and weighing 9.86 kilograms, the current mace is a representation of South Africa's democracy. The new mace was designed to reflect the history, tradition, diversity, culture, and languages of South Africa. The mace also celebrates the country's natural beauty, its plant and animal life, and its rich mineral resources. Each element was carefully chosen with this in mind. Though it appears to be a single unit, the mace was made and fitted in sections on an aluminium core. At the head of the mace is an 18-karat gold drum covered in springbok skin, which in turn is attached to the drum by 18 buttons made from South African minerals and gemstones. On top of the drum rests a book made from gold on which, in raised text, is an extract from the preamble to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The drum features images of South Africans going about their daily business. Some of the depictions that can be seen on the drum is a miner, saxophonist, machinist, architect, builder, soccer player, forklift driver, scientist, teacher, doctor, domestic worker, a woman with a baby on her back and a hoe in her hand, a woman driving a tractor, and children reading and working. The images are designed to look like African woodcuts and were chiseled by hand to create a three-dimensional look. The drum is fitted on a gold neck illustrated with dancing sand figures. 3 platinum discs in decreasing size connect the head of the mace to the shaft. The shaft is made of aluminium and inlaid with cherry and box wood. The top of the shaft is encircled by an 18-karat gold band with 6 black and 6 white half-carat diamonds set into it. Beneath this is the South African coat of arms in full-color enamel. 2/3 from the top of the mace is a beaded South African flag. The white on the flag is represented by 800 platinum or white gold beads, the yellow by 70 yellow gold beads, and the red, green, blue and black by colored glass beads. Before the mace tapers to the end is another gold band of 6 black and 6 white diamonds, and then another band of platinum. The shape of the mace recalls the Nobgiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The drum, which forms the head of the mace, is an expression of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It's also a reminder that South Africa's transition to democracy was achieved through dialogue, with Parliament serving as a place where many different voices are heard. Gold is one of the core ingredients in the mace. Archaeological finds show that gold has been mined and used in African culture for centuries. Its use in the mace symbolizes the country's natural wealth and also the ancient indigenous gold mining traditions. The open book on top of the drum symbolizes the Constitution of South Africa and the principles around which Parliament functions. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country and plays a central role in the development of a new South Africa. This is echoed in its position at the top of the mace. The writing on the open pages of the book is the first line of the preamble to the Constitution in each of the 11 official languages and one line from an extinct Khoisan language. The platinum rings found at intervals along the shaft of the mace recall the rings worn by Ndebele women. Under the first set of platinum rings, at the base of the drum, is an image of two Khoisan taken from the Linton Stone, a world-famous example of South African rock art dating back at least 20,000 years. The image is a symbol of social interaction, coherence, and interdependence, all elements needed for a country such as South Africa to grow and prosper. The result of all this is a mace that recalls the past, mirrors the present, and looks forward to the future.
Welcome back. As you can see on your screen, the National Assembly members are starting to settle down, and we're hoping that any time from now on, the voting for the President of the Republic of South Africa will commence, but we are still waiting as members are seated. The voting booth seems to be ready, so we're just waiting for the printing of those ballot papers to be completed before we go on the vote. Just as I'm mentioning that, the bell has just gone off, which ordinarily will ring for 10 minutes before the House resumes. So we're hoping that very soon we will be bringing you the voting for the election of the President. And that vote, like that of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, will be a secret ballot.
Of course, Temkosi, what has led to this moment is the national and provincial legislatures elections on the 29th of May 2024, when members of the public cast their vote and made their voices heard. I think the most important thing also is to consider the fact that there are other role players in the IEC and in the elections, key observers, just to ensure that elections are free and they are fair. Let's take a look at the African Center of Governance, a representative thereof, and let them share their views with us.
Election observation, including special voting, is one of the crucial components for ensuring integrity and transparency for electoral processes. Joining me now is Mr. Tendai Mbanje. He's from the African Center for Governance. Good afternoon, Mr. Mbanje, and thank you for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Mr. Mbanje, can you take us through or give us an overview of the role of the Center in relation to the South African elections?
Thank you so much. And our role has been mainly to involve ourselves in civic education that relates to stages of the electoral processes. As you are aware that elections are 5-year cycle. So what we do in the 5-year, we engage the work of the IEC on its various stages. For example, if it is about voter education, if it's about encouraging people to register to vote, any education around electoral processes, we are experts in that area, and we work with communities, we work with civil society groups to empower and to educate people around electoral processes.
What were some of the critical issues that you picked up during your observer mission in the voting stations?
So what we involved ourselves was we focused on various stages of the electoral process, but much more of our emphasis was to events leading to the election day. So what we did was to train our observers. We trained a number of observers, both local and from the region, who formed a group of impartial observers whom we deployed in 8 provinces, except the Northern Cape. So we observed special voting. What we picked up was much of our observers noted that there was a gap in terms of the security or the safety of polling staff when they move home to home, when they are helping people to cast their vote, because they were putting the ballots in small bags. So we could identify that anything could happen to those votes, and also could happen to the security of the staff. So one of our recommendations to say the IEC must find ways to ensure that there is security of those who are administering the voting process, and also that process is well observed, because much of the observers did not focus on that special voting. So much of our special voting identified such gaps. Then when it came to the actual election day, we noted low presence of law enforcement in many polling stations. We also noted low presence of observers, domestic observers. So much of the polling stations that we visited, we hardly met observers. So that was quite worrying to say maybe there wasn't sufficient work that was put in trying to encourage civil society organizations. Perhaps they don't have resources into election observation, which is the area which is crucial to provide oversight to this important occasion. Then major complaints came to the VMDs, voter management devices, how to use them. I think there's still room on how those technologies could be improved. But overall, I think we did not pick any red flags or any issues that could pose the credibility of this election to stake. So overall, I think more than 600 polling stations we observed across the country, we did not meet major issues of worry apart of logistical challenges that the IEC faced.
I understand that you have already produced a preliminary report. Can you take us through to some of the findings and the recommendations that are contained in the report?
So some of our findings, what I've highlighted about the election technology, mainly they are about the election technology. We really commended the IEC for being transparent in terms of communication of throughout the election cycle. We could realize that if you go to IEC website, you get information that today there was issue about the system that was not working. The IEC communicated. For me, that is quite fundamental. That's quite huge. So communication was very key, and the IEC was very open to engage stakeholders. The door was open. We could go and engage, and we were invited for several briefings. I think that was professional, and also we commended the professionalism of IEC staff during the electoral process itself. I thought that was quite phenomenal, because most of the staff that we interacted with were very professional. Although there were glitches here and there, but you could see that the level of professionalism was maintained. So those kind of things we highlighted. And also we highlighted that the strength of institutions, state institutions, actually made easier the work of the IEC. We realized that this election was highly litigated. There were court cases in and out, and we just realized that that did not compromise the work of the IEC. I think that actually solidified the work of the IEC. So those were overall findings, but our recommendations were to say the IEC must be over-prepared. I think this election, they used the data from previous elections to analyze the trend and perhaps prepare for this election, which took them by surprise in my view. So I think there's need to over-prepare than perhaps to moderately prepare for an election. So in terms of logistics, that's where the challenge is, but and also in terms of improving election technology. But overall, in terms of the legal frameworks, compliance to the Constitution, the standards, and I think there has been commendable efforts that we see that IEC did.
And from there, to then say that the South African elections, the 2024 South African elections, were credible, fair, and free.
As election observation missions, we don't certify elections to say the election was free and fair, because to determine whether the election was free and fair, it's a very complex issue. But we talk about the credibility in terms of meeting international standards, in terms of the laws, whether the IEC acted in its mandate, the IEC complied with the Constitution, the IEC complied with the Electoral Act. I think the courts of law kind of confirmed that. Even the IEC's, in its own motion, to approach the Constitutional Court to ask for the interpretation of certain legal texts. I think that was fundamental and was phenomenal. So I think if you analyze how the IEC acted, we could see that they were operated in the confinements of the law. But when it comes to logistics, this is not legal. I think that there is an over-assessment that the IEC did to a larger extent, follows those standards.
Since you cannot declare whether the elections were free and fair, out of 10, what would you give the IEC? And secondly, where will members of the public be able to get hold of the preliminary report that you have produced?
I cannot say for certain out of 10 or where the IEC stands because the process is still going on. You realize that what we have done is a portion. We still have to observe this process and the declaration of results and the post-election period. So our report is a comprehensive report. So the election cycle is not finished yet. So we cannot give an assessment because we are still in the process. It's like you have cooked halfway and then we say, can you give an assessment of how this meal tastes? It needs to be fully cooked.
Mr. Mbandla, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Mr. Tendai Mbandla of the African Center for Governance sharing with us on the observer mission that they've conducted with these 2024 general elections.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and changemakers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Bells are ringing here at the City ICC, indicating that proceedings are about to resume at the first sitting of the National Assembly. Of course, the order of the day has been the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly, the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and of course, we are in the process of the election of the President of the Republic.
Yeah, as you can see, Tsepo, on your screen, members settling down as the Chief Justice is going to be resuming the House sitting. But let me just give you a brief background on what Ms. Didiza did before she came to Parliament. I have indicated earlier that she joined Parliament in 1994, but before becoming a member of Parliament, Ms. Didiza worked in several organizations in various capacities, including the Secretary General of the Women's National Coalition that produced the first Women's Charter for Effective Equality, which was tabled in the first Parliament. Ms. Didiza holds, among others, a BA degree majoring in sociology and politics and an honors degree in politics. I just thought it's important that we highlight that so the members and our viewers are aware of the kind of women that this Parliament has elected into the positions of power.
And of course, members of the public can expect that members will be called to the chamber to cast their secret ballot vote for the election of the President of the Republic. Of course, members are making their way, they're interacting with each other and engaging, probably anticipating what the election results are going to look like. Of course, we have two nominees, that is Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and Mr. Julius Malema, who is the other nominee for the President of the Republic. Let's go to proceedings. Stay tuned.
You may be seated. Honorable members, we shall now resume the proceedings. The assistant returning officers will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and they will close them. Thank you. The procedure to be followed is as follows. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called out, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. The returning officers will not call members who have not been sworn in. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and make a clear cross in the box alongside the name of the nominated member of his or her choice. You may not make any other mark other than a cross. If you make any other mark, it will be a spoiled paper. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members should fold their paper in a way that the official mark can be seen by the returning officer at the ballot box. After the returning officer has noted the mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bapti, EV. Bartlett M, Basson LJ, Bateman AG, Bath EM, Beasley AD, Bergman D, Bila TJ, Bilankulu NK, Blosse MB, Botlani TK. Bolman NJ, Bushielo SP, Boshoff WJ, Wattiers A, Breitenbach G, Björk MJ, Benz Ngamasha Z, Butelezi EM, Butelezi NZ, Butelezi SA. Cameron I, Kapa RN, Rebekulu RN, Chabane MS, Chance RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, CHTM, Chikunga LS, Christians DC. Christy KA, Clark MO, Klute EA, Chrissy BD, Cuthbert MJ, Davids SW, De Bloch van Schelter, AD, De Brain K, De Lil P, De Villiers JN.
Derna H, Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Didiza AT, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M. Dlelanga M, Dagmore CM, Dundra ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F, Freeman E, Frenchman S, Frolic CT, Ghana SM. Kancho N, Dilishe S, Kwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Kina N, Godlimpi Z.
Honorable
Kodongwana.
members, please. There is noise. Members whose names are being called out will not hear.
Kina N, Godlimpi Z, Kodongwana E. Gondwe MM, Gross R, Governor Y, Graham Murray SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Kwahube S, Hadebe NM, Ala MM, Hassan F. Hatting C, Hendricks MGE, Tlabisa VA, VF, Hlengwa M, Hlongo AS, Hlonyana KNF, Holomisa BH, Horn W, Hansinger CHA, Ismail H.
Jacobs L.C., James D.E., Jonas G.F., Jordan C., Kihakilwe B.M., Kekana B.S., Khabo G.D., Khobisa Ngaba K, Khakau KL.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JQ, Klopper DD, Kobe, Kobe MP, Kola D.
Kamani LM, Kurnov GW, Krier HCC, Kubai MT, Kumbaka AN, Kwankwa NLS, Labaskachni C, Lamola RO, LaRue KWD, Lachuta MD.
Lekhanyane MS, Letlape MS, Letlape TKS, Letsie WT, Letsike MSE, Legaraba LE, Linde E, Lorima JRB, Lotrit A, Low STD.
Lucas SE, Lutuli BN, Mabe BP, Mabena TB, Machi BE, McPherson DW, Matikizela BS, Maduna N, Mayeko SM.
Magagula TE, Mahambehlala T, Mahlangu SS, Mahlatsi LW, Mahlaule MG, Mahlobo MD, Maumapelu SOR, Mailula PR, Maimani MA.
Maimela KJ, Majodina PCP, Majozi Z, Makasi N, Mahato MP, Makubela LS, Malati MS, Malema JS, Malimacha CN,
A teacher.
Manaha L, Manamela KB, Maneli PM, Mandasha GS, Manyi M, Mautwe OMC, Marais EJ, Marais P, Mahau TL, Masango PS, Maseko LM, Masemola ND, Mashabela NR, Mashatile SP, Mashele TV, Masina MC, Masondo D, Maswanganyi MJ, Matabata CS,
Matafa OM, Matale CC, Matulelwa B, Matthias L, Matiase NS, Matsone NWA, Bio IM. Mackenzie G, Maklua JJ, Mchunu ES, Mchunu TVB, Mdluli MM, Mentenkuna NV, Meshwe KRJ, Meth N.
Mcina PS, Mkweba T, Mahaule MR, Mhlauli NB, Mhlongo NH, Mikalakis G, Milham KJ. Mkalipi HO, Mkize ZL, Mkonto CN, Mkwebane BJ, Mkutu L, Molotsane ML, Mwango MA, Mnganga Kabashe LA.
Modise Mcha M, Moela MS, Mufukeng ML, Morale TP, Mohai SJ, Mukhala MR, Mukwena, JL, Mukwena, LG, Mulwele NA. Montwedi MK, Mo SJ, Moraka AT, Murolong IK, Musikatsi S, Motshega MA, Motsoaledi PA.
Mpiti L, Mkhaga M, Ntolo NE, Mulda CP, Munyai TB, Mutambi AF. Mvana NQ, Myberg NG, Nalumango RS, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalane NA, Ndamase P, Ndlozi MQ. Yes, I did.
Nel May HE, Nel AC, Nemadzinga Chavalala J, Ngobo SL, Ngobeni LM, Nana ME, Nihas CG, Nkabane NP.
Nkopane NS, Nkosi NE, Nodada BB, Noluchungu NJ, Nontenja CT, Nontsele M, Ngola X, Ntlangwini EN.
Chalinchali LL, Nchabeni KPS, Ntuli M, Nyonzo M, Nzimande BE, Nzuza NB, Pambo V, Peach WD.
Peterson JS, Pasha MJ, Piri CM, Polwane MB, Blakis WTD, Pool CJ, Potgieter LR, Powell EL, Pule DD.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramalubing A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Rorke FS. Sangoni KLN, Sapo L, Sarupin AN, Sols A, Shicheling A, Scriber LA, Siabi AM, Setlulu IS, Sekowati SC, Silamulela SD, Seni MM, Shabangu FL, Shelembe ML, Shikwambana M, Shibambu NF, Shiviti TG, Sibia NM.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R. Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Somba Masiu NS, Soju MM, Spice ERJ, Steinhazen JH, Subrathi SI, Swart SN, Swartz B, Tafeni N. Tetyana Y, Tembekwayo SS, Fring WM, Tikana Gotiwe W, Tito LF, Tong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP. Jotetsi NT, Van der Merwe LL, Van der Walt D, Van Staden PA, Van Zyl AM, Vilakazi SG, Wakelin KH, Webster NL, Vessels WW. Whitfield AG, Velskat C, Xabantshaba PP, Xhego ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zigalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Are they done? Are they done? Honorable members, Are there any members who wished to vote but have not voted as yet?
I think Honorable Zondo was called and the Chief Justice is still seated there, not voted.
The assistant returning officers will now close and seal the ballot boxes.
Chief Justice.
Yes? Yes?
Wanted to remind you about the observers for elections because...
Sorry?
Wanted to remind you about observers for the counting of votes. Because in the other part, you almost took us towards a crisis. Can we confirm?
We will do as we did earlier.
No, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. May I find out whether the parties will send the same representatives that they sent before?
Yes, they are going to do so.
It will be the same. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I therefore now suspend proceedings to enable the returning officers to count the votes and report to me. We shall resume proceedings when the bells are rung. The proceedings are suspended.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Honorable members, we will resume our proceedings. I have received the returning officer will furnish me with the report of the counting. Honorable members, I've now received a written report from the returning officer. The result of the ballot is as follows. The total number of ballot papers issued is 339. The total number of ballot papers counted is 339. The total number of spoiled to invalid ballot papers is 12. And the candidates' votes are as follows. Honorable J.S. Malema, 44 votes. Honorable MC Ramaphosa, 283 votes.
Honorable
members, in terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable MC Ramaphosa duly elected President
Ramaphosa.
I have the honor
We can now hear the song from the DA.
And we have now come
What is the song
to
from the
end
DA?
of my role in this house. Before I request the Speaker to take the chair, I want to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the cooperation and dignified manner in which everybody conducted themselves today. It was indeed a real honor and privilege for me to preside in the proceedings of this House. Thank you very much. I now request the Speaker to take the chair.
Long live the president.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable members, we will have the time to make our reflections and also celebrate. But there are certain issues that still have to be done before we can ululate and do so joyously. Congratulations, Mr. President-elect. Honorable members, I thank the Chief Justice for having conducted these proceedings. I will now afford each political party 2 minutes to give their congratulatory messages and the President-elect an opportunity to address the House. Order, honorable members. I will start with the Democratic Alliance, followed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, followed by the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Patriotic Alliance, the Freedom Front Plus, Action SA, African Christian Democratic Party, United Democratic Movement, Rise Mzansi, Build One South Africa, African Transformation Movement, Al-Jamaa, NCC, PAC, UAT, Good, and the ANC. Can we now start with the Democratic Alliance? You have got 2 minutes. It's there on the timer. When it's finished, we can close.
Madam Speaker, congratulations on your election. Mr. President, congratulations on your election. I think today is a historic day for our country, and I think it is the start of a new chapter of building, a new chapter of cooperation, a new chapter of us putting our country and its interests and its future first. In this election, the voters chose not to give any party its own majority. In doing so, they have told us that they want us to work together to build a prosperous, non-racial, united South Africa with a growing economy that works for everybody. We must now, as the members of this House, rise to that occasion and rise to the call of South Africa. Despite the political party T-shirts that we wore during the election, each and every one of us is first of all a South African. Our country needs us now to step up, to end the era of finger pointing, and to start a new era of collectively putting our shoulder to the wheel to ensure that the country that we all love prospers into the future, and that the people that we have been sent to this house to serve get value for money and ensure that we give effect to the dreams, the hopes and aspirations of every South African. The Democratic Alliance and I look forward to working with you, Mr. President, and the rest of the team that will be forming part of the Government of National Unity to put our country first, to take hands and to work collectively in the interests of the people we serve and the country we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Can the Economic Freedom
Thank you very
Fighters-
much, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to you. And you know very well that under normal circumstances, would have ordinarily supported you because we believe in your commitment to a parliament that is going to work effectively and efficiently. We have an experience of working with you even before, and we do not doubt your capacity. Our contestation of you was necessarily to contest the betrayal of our people, and it has nothing to do with you as an individual. Congratulations, Mr. President. We accept the results and the voice of the people of South Africa, which was expressed on the 29th of May. And we also accept the results of today's gathering because it's a reflection of a democratic practices. But we contested because we wanted to demonstrate to South Africa that we do not agree to this marriage of convenience to consolidate the white monopoly power over the economy and the means of production in South Africa. This marriage, it's a marriage that seeks to undermine the changing of property relations in South Africa. We refuse to sell out. We have never done so when we're young, and we're not going to do so today. We don't have a history of being collaborators. We are going to ensure that this parliament is functional. We can reassure you that we will not fight with any bouncer. We are going to be the best and effective opposition that is going to ensure that both you and the DA are held accountable. This is not a government of national unity. This is a grand coalition between the ANC and the white monopoly capital.
Honorable
History
member, your
will
time
judge
is
you
over.
and judge you harshly. Thank you.
Inkatha Freedom Party. Order, honorable members. Can we allow the speaker on the podium to make his speech? Honorable Sabisa.
Congratulations to you, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the IFP, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa on election as the President of the Republic of South Africa. This is the beginning of a new era. The IFP stands ready to serve in the government of national unity, knowing that South Africa is utterly changed by the 2024 election results and the decisions that have been taken in the best interest of our country. We enter the GNU With an open mind and eyes wide open, we have hope that the IFP's vision to rebuild South Africa take root as we provide our contribution to strengthen governance, creating social justice, and securing economic development. We may not be able to silence those voices. That is a lot of those who lead in difficult times, but will be remembered as people of courage who chose to work together for the good of South Africa. Honorable President, rest assured of this. We will support you on every right decision, but where we must disagree, we will do so and advance valid reasons of our disagreement. The IFP will not be diluted nor lose its identity. Not to support the ANC, the DA, or any other political party, but for the interest of the people of South Africa. We wish you well, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The Patriotic Alliance.
Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate you, Mrs. Lothrit. I'd like to congratulate you, and I did vote for you. I would like to congratulate the President, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. This country, I'm standing here as a person that got a second chance. 96% of guys that come from prison go back to jail. And my being here comes with a hope that I can show them that you don't need to go back to jail. And I think this country has gotten another chance. And when you get a second chance, you must use it optimally. I think the voters gave all of us a second chance. I would like to congratulate the ANC for accepting the result, even if they didn't get 50%. The world is full of stories of presidents that only accept results when they get over 50%. I will support the GNU, and I'm proud of the GNU. And as the leader of the DA has said, we're done with politicking. We might wear different t-shirts. There will be those amongst us that will call us sellouts only because they are not part of it. But we've learned from them. When they were doing it in 2016, they were not sellouts. They don't have the only right. They have given themselves the right that if they work with white people, then it is
Honorable
fine.
member,
When
your
we work
time
with
is
white
up.
people, then we are sellouts. They are the
Your
sellouts.
time is up. Honorable member, time is up.
Begging for a job.
Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus. Over to you, sir. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, can we allow the speaker on the podium to make a statement?
Geachte Speaker, deur u en die agbare president, baie geluk. En ek wil begin om te sê dat as ons kyk, ons sit in 'n nasionale vergadering, and if you look at the banners, it says equality and diversity. It says cooperative governance, but it also says oversight and accountability. Honorable President, at the official announcement of the results at the Results Center, you said that each and every member of Parliament must remember that the seat you have does not belong to you, but to the people you represent. And I want to put emphasis on that, because that's our constitutional obligation as members of Parliament. Honourable President, the slogan of the Freedom Front Plus in this election was, let's restore and build. Kom ons herstel en ons bou. En dit is wat die Vryheidsfront Plus wil doen. Ons wil herstel en ons wil bou tot almal se voordeel. But we will always have oversight and accountability. Mag u die seën van ons hemelse Vader ontvang. Dis 'n groot las en taak op u skouers. Alleen gaan u dit nie regkry nie. Maar met die hulp van ons hemelse Vader kan ons Suid-Afrika 'n land vir almal maak. Baie seën en baie voorspoed.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of Action SA, please allow me to congratulate you on your election and the election on Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulations, Mr. President, on your re-election. We pray on behalf of all South Africans that your second term in office will be considerably better than your first term in office, where we noted that corruption got worse, crime reached an all-time high, and the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality are more pervasive than ever before. We see that the media and social media are hailing this new grand coalition as the high road option. Well, that remains to be seen, because choosing the high road is one thing, but passing milestones that you have set yourself on the high road and passing milestones of progress on that high road is the acid test of success. The people of South Africa deserve a better government, and we pray that this will be a better government. And we undertake, as Action SA and a member of the opposition, that we will not oppose for the sake of opposing. Where you come with solid proposals that take this country forward, you'll have our support. Where you do not meet your milestones, we'll hold you to account, because we want to fix South Africa. All the best, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACDP.
Honourable Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, members of the press, fellow South Africans, the ACDP wishes to extend its congratulations to you, Honourable Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the two of you are going to make an excellent team. We also want to extend our congratulations to newly elected President Ramaphosa, and we want to state clearly that this meeting is a pivotal moment in the history of this nation. After 30 years of democracy, South Africans have spoken. They are saying they are tired of having a one political party dominating the political scene. While others in the past have said South Africa needs a two-party state like America, they have rejected that. So we are grateful that they have said South Africans must learn to work together. And we believe if we work together, we put our heads together, we prioritize South Africans and not our political parties, then South Africa will turn out to be one of the best countries in the world. It should be, because we have the potential, we have the capacity to be one of the best. But as I close, I want to remind our members in this chamber that our politics and our challenges in South Africa are so many. Some of them, they look so difficult and impossible. And because of that, I must emphasize the fact that we need God's help. We all, as South Africans, must say, Here, help us as a belief. The Lord bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. United Democratic Movement.
Our Honorable Speaker, the Chief Justice, Honorable President, and honorable members. Congratulations to you, Madam Speaker, and your deputy. Allow me, on behalf of the United Democratic Movement, to congratulate you, Mr. Ramaphosa, on being elected as President of the Republic of South Africa for your second term. The problems facing this country are well documented, and they require a Marshall Plan to tackle them with a sound implementation strategy. Laziness and lack of discipline must not characterize the new government and its administration.
Thank you very much. Rise Mzansi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Rise Mzansi, I would first like to thank the Chief Justice for an excellent job done during the proceedings today. I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your election, and you, Mr. President, on your election. Today is a day on which we get to see the miracle of democracy, the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to the next. It's something we must never, ever take for granted, because other countries and society are not so fortunate as to have what we have in South Africa. Ours collectively is a very weighty task as public representatives. Fewer people trust the political system. Fewer people are voting. We need a strong parliament. We need trustworthy public representatives. We need a strong, ethical, and capable government in the executive, so that we may restore the trust of the South African people in our democracy. And the only way we can do that is to apply ourselves properly and with diligence to the task that the South African people have given all of us. Mr. President, you are everybody's president from today on, not just the African National Congress. All of us are committed to doing the best we can for the South African people. As one of my colleagues said, we'll not oppose for the sake of opposing, but we will hold you and those in government to account when this is necessary, because the power that is bestowed on you and all of us is held in trust, and we must never abuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Bosa.
Honorable Chief Justice, to our Speaker, who's recently elected, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsho, Dumelang. It is indeed a question one has to grapple with. When I reflect on the 29th of May, I ask myself a question that actually comes from the Bible that says, can a nation be born in a day? I happen to believe the 29th of May gave us a new start, a fresh beginning. I happen to believe that South Africa will never be the same again. For that to happen, it's going to ask us a number of questions, Mr. President and Speaker. The first is, are we willing to put up our hands and say this country deserves better than what it has had in the last 30 years, and we will chart our way forward for a better 30 years? It asks us the more difficult question that says, could, as the Speaker of this House, hold the executive to account regardless of how it's put together, so that our people will know that all actions will be held accountable for the good of all the people. And that certainly, as Build One South Africa will be fighting to do. Mr. President, to you, I wish to say this to you, that your role in 1994 was one such of bringing this nation and drafting a constitution that built a new consensus. Today, the task feels a bit similar, even though in a different age. It asks of you to maybe in many ways ensure that the haves and the have-nots have a conversation so that all of us have something. It asks us the question to say, where there are divisions in our country, we will pull together to build a united South Africa. I wish you well in that task, and I give you my assurance that when you want to build one South Africa, you will have my support. But when we differ from that, we will hold you to accountable. And may God bless our beautiful nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ATM.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the ATM, I want to congratulate you for your election. Also want to congratulate the Deputy Speaker and the President that has been elected today. It is our view as the ATM that power is meaningless if it does not translate into a good quality of life and the resolution of the problems that are faced by the people. People do not elect parties for the sake of electing parties. They elect parties with the hope that their lives will improve for the better. It is for that reason, as the ATM, we hope that this government will indeed lead this country towards the resolution of all of the problems that are faced by our people. The root causes of the problems that we face in our country lies in the structure of the economy. The structure of the economy has remained unchanged or untransformed since 1994. And if that is not dealt with, then all of these problems will continue to multiply. The economy of our country is still in the hands of few families and oligopolies. In our view as a party, there needs to be fundamental changes in the structure of the economy, not cosmetic changes that won't bring any meaningful change in the lives of the people. We want to commit as the ATM that will continue playing our role in holding the executive accountable, and most importantly, we'll fight that Parliament does indeed fulfill its constitutional mandate. Congratulations once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Honorable Speaker, behind every president there is a First Lady. So I would like to say congratulations to the First Lady. Round of applause. I did give President Ramaphosa 10 out of 10 in the 6th Parliament for building a new civilization because of his concern for the lives of women and children in Gaza. Now in South Africa, our president is trying to build a new nation, and I don't know what I'm going to score because he is faced with a great challenge. People burn flags. People want to secede. So we'd like to wish the president everything of the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. NCC.
Honorable Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, congratulations on your election. Mr. President, it was 5 years ago that I begged you in Mitchell's Plain to do the right thing for the suffering colored people on the Cape Flats. You shook my hand, you said you would. You never did. Mr. President, 5 years ago you spoke to us about Tuma Mina. You mentioned the 9 wasted years. We should add your last 5 to it. Mr. President, I stand here today, delegated here by a community so desperate for change that they've sent a recovering drug addict and reformed gangster to tell their story. Mr. President, the colored people are dying, and this House has done nothing about it. Mr. President, I want to support the government of national unity, but when you include the right-wing fringe into it, it makes it hard for me to get involved. We wish you well, because South Africa must succeed. And this success, Mr. President, lies at your door. But the voters are telling us that we do not have full support of the ANC anymore. Mr. President, this country is at a crossroads. One wrong move, and our poor will continue to die. Our fear is that the wrong move has already been made. I hope that we are wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. PAC.
Madam Speaker, he had to leave, the leader of the PAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. UAT.
Kgotso Maafrika. Ha ke qale ke lebohe Chief Justice, ke lebohe sebui sa Palamente, ra o lebohisa mme. Really United African Transformation, re supporta bomme ba Maafrika. Mopresidente wa naha, ra o lebohisa mongaka. Empa molaetsa wa rona ke ona, batho ba rona ba lapile. Batho ba rona ba kena dikobong ka tlala. Batho ba rona ba sotleha. Mopresidente wa naha, bana ba rona ha ba vote ba tsubile. Ba tsubile nyewe ena o thweng ke Nyaope. Ha ba tseba ya pele ka ba ya morao. Ha ba di planning tsa di development, ha bana di programe, ha ona letho ba di etsang, ba eme hona le seo ba se emetseng, ba tsubile ntate wa rona. Batho ba rona ba lapile. Tswetswe really United African Transformation, molaetsa wa rona kona, dipuong tsa lona ha le kopane le banana ba mmala wa lehodimo, re kopa o re kopele lefatshe. O re kopele lefatshe ka fatshe ho lona. O re kopele lefatshe ka tlase ho lona. Re tsebe ho rekisa di-minerale tsa rona. O re kopele lefatshe ka hodimo. Re itjalle dijo. Ha re batle ho fuwa tjhelete, ha re batle ho fuwa di-grant, re kopa ho itjalla dijo ntate. Re kopa dithaba tsa rona, re explore tourism. Ntate re kopa didiba tsa rona, re nwe metsi a hlwekileng. Izwe lethu.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Good. Order, Honorable Members. Good. Is Honorable Member Dalil in the House?
Not here, Madam Speaker.
I don't see the representative, the African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. May I also start by congratulating you, Madam Speaker, and your deputy, and of course also congratulate the President of the ANC and the President of our country. So the President for all of us. Mr. President, I do want to say that as you would know, the Constitution of the Republic enjoins you in particular and all of us in general as honorable members with a responsibility and a very enduring responsibility to build a non-racial
a non-sexist, a democratic and a prosperous society. And I do want to urge you, Mr. President, that as you know, you are assuming office at the time when the country is at the point in which we have defined as a moment of fundamental consequence, in which we are required as public representatives and honorable members to stand up together and to ensure that we build a government and a country in the best interest of all South Africans, as opposed to our own partisan or parochial ideological differences. So I do want to congratulate you, Mr. President, and say, as you assume office, this is a moment for you to take us to climb a particular mountain, not so that we can be seen, but in order for us to have a better view of the challenges we face as a country and act together effectively to overcome them. And I do want to say that the African National Congress is very pleased that a number of political parties have accepted to work together in building a government of national unity. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
We miss you, Honorable Majodina.
Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Majodina is still in the
Honorable
House.
Majodina.
We don't miss Mamina.
Honorable members, I know you have missed each other, particularly those of you who were in the 6th administration. We are all new, and I'm sure we'll again exchange pleasantries and take each other to tea. I won't mention the other place because it's not here. When we go back to the assembly once it's done, I know that after lunch, some of my members will visit another place, but they will still be orderly. Mr. President, I now afford you the opportunity to address the House.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Justice, leaders of all political parties represented here in our National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate you and the Deputy Speaker for being elected to your positions of leadership to lead this National Assembly in its work. I am humbled and honored that you, as members of the National Assembly, have, through your votes tonight, decided to elect me to be the President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much. It is with pleasure that I accept. It will once again be a privilege and a pleasure to serve this great nation in the position of President. I accept this as a big responsibility, and I wish to thank all leaders for your congratulatory messages delivered here at this podium. Your messages are a clear clarion call for working together. Your messages constitute what I see as a well of encouragement, of good advice, and of wisdom. I will, Madam Speaker, spend some time to read all these wonderful messages that were delivered at this podium, because they are
great messages from which I want to draw insights. I do believe that there is much that I can learn and glean from these messages. So thank you very much for your kind messages to all of you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of this august House who have voted for me, who through their vote have invested and placed their trust in me. I intend to work with all members and indeed to work together with even those who did not vote for me or who did not find their way clear to vote for me. And this is their democratic right. We are all South Africans, and I will serve all and work with even those who did not support me tonight. The significance of the votes that were made and effected during the day and tonight for the office bearers, that is the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker and myself, is not so much in the result of the vote that was delivered, but it is the historic meaning of the vote and this moment that we find ourselves in that is truly significant. That a number of parties that had opposed each other, but that represent the majority of South African voters, have decided to work together to deliver this result has given a new birth, a new era to our country. I do sincerely believe that this is an era of hope, and it's also an era of inclusivity. As diverse political parties, we competed against each other in the election that we just had. The election was highly contested. It was also divisive at times. When I spoke at the Independent Electoral Commission results announcement ceremony, I said the results of the election has made plain that the people of South Africa expect their leaders to work together to meet their needs. They expect the parties for which they voted for to find common ground and to overcome their differences, to act and to work together for the good of everyone in our country. The stark reality of the results of our past election is that no single party represented in this House achieved an outright majority to work alone, legislatively, and also at the executive level. Through their votes, our people expect all parties to work together within the framework of our Constitution and to work as political parties to achieve the objectives of a democratic society based on non-racialism, non-sexism, based on peace, justice, and to ensure stability, and also to tackle the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and to achieve prosperity for all. It is in this context that we as political parties that participated in the elections, that received the seats we now occupy, need to pledge to cooperate, to work together in two ways. As a voluntary parliament of national unity and through a voluntary government of national unity. A number of parties have come together to agree on a statement of intent to form a government of national unity. And this government of national unity will be constituted not by 2, not by 3, but by more parties that voluntarily want to participate. And so I wish to state very clearly, this is not a grand coalition of 2 or 3 parties. It is a government of national unity that we are constituting, and we've been here before. We were here in 1994 when we sought to unite our country and to effect reconciliation. We are here now, as directed by the votes that our people delivered, to work together to ensure that we address the challenges that they face. And this we shall do, and this is what I am committed to achieve as the President of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable members, this is a historic juncture in the life of our country, which requires that we must work and act together to entrench our constitutional democracy and the rule of law and build a South Africa for all its people. And it is with this in mind that I hereby declare that I accept the mission that you are giving me to work with you all to serve the people of our beautiful country. I would like to extend my deep gratitude to the Chief Justice for steering these proceedings of the first sitting with great ability, patience, and excellent leadership. Thank you very much, Chief Justice, for what you have done. I'd like to thank the members of this august House for the decorum that was demonstrated here today. And I also want to thank members of this House for the promises that have been articulated here today, that the intention of all parties is that we work together and work together with good decorum, which prevailed today. And I so wish that that continues. In the end, I wish to thank you all and wish you a good night following a hard day's job for giving effect to the will of our people. It hasn't been very often that we work from 10 a.m. until 12 midnight. So thank you very much. I thank you for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. Honorable members, on behalf of the presiding officers whom you have elected, would like to congratulate you, Mr. President-elect, for having been elected in this House. And I know this means you will now not be a member when you assume your responsibility as the head of state. You've already seen that this House has started its work. So we now wait after your inauguration to enable us also to work. Because in order for us to form committees, we will need to know how you structure your government so that we can start our oversight responsibility. And I promise, Mr. President, we will cooperate and work together, but we will do our oversight as is necessary and as is our responsibility as a legislature. Honorable members, I now afford the religious leaders to bless this House before the House is adjourned.
Speaker, can I address you quickly?
I'm sorry, who?
Zungula, Speaker. A quick
Honorable
one.
Zungula?
Yes, Speaker. You know, when Parliament has got religious leaders playing a role in blessing their house, African indigenous spirituality is always sidelined, and it is a faith that is indigenous to Africa. And it is our view as the ATM that that must not continue going forward. There must never be any gathering of Parliament that will require blessing by religious leaders, and you find that African indigenous spirituality is not taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula, for reminding us on that. I'm informed by the Secretary of Parliament that indeed they were invited to come, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, they were not able to come. But we will follow up so that in future we are as inclusive as we must. I'll now invite Bishop Templeton Mbegwa, Mr. Kitibai Pandya from the Hindu Faith, Reverend Rodney Whiteman from Western Cape Provincial Council of Churches to bless the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of South Africa has spoken, the political party has spoken. Now it's time for God to bless the first sitting of this 7th Parliament. From the book of Psalms 91, verse number 15. You will call on me, and I will answer you. I will be with you in trouble, and I will deliver and honor you. God is talking and blessing this house. This is the homework of this house for the next 5 years, to call upon God. In times of trouble, He will answer, for God is depending on every political party that is represented in South Africa to call upon His name. And He wants to honor South Africa. Can we stand and pray together in the name of Jesus? Heavenly Father, once again, we come before your throne. We acknowledge your sovereignty. You are such a tender, loving Father. You loved our country. For the love of our women, for the love of our children, for the love of our government. Father God, you bless this house. Let this house be the house of solutions. Let this house be the house of your people. For the sake of your children, Father God, here we are. We bless each and every individual under this roof right now. We cancel every pathetic false prophet that have prophesied against this house, that have prophesied against South Africa. We are standing in the gap right now. We say, you prophet of doom, you've got no place in this house. Father God, we bless each and everyone who are standing in the gap for the people of South Africa. Bless us, Almighty God, right now. I sprinkle the blood of Jesus upon each and every individual, for the hair of their heads to the sole of their feet. I cut every plan and the scheme of the enemy against the people of South Africa. We reverse it right now in the name of Jesus. Bless you, Almighty God. In Jesus' name, amen.
Mr. Kiribai Pandya. You can take the microphone. You can take the microphone, sir.
सत्यं परं धीमहि ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ संगच्छध्वं संवदध्वं संवो मनसि जानतां देवाभागं यथा पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते। Let all assemble together. Let all speak together. Let all minds be in harmony. The signing ones of ancient times all proceeded by this worship. Samaniva akrutihi samana radayanivaha samanamastu vo mano yatha vaha susahasati. This place is common. These thoughts are common. So let our hearts be shared. Let all thoughts, all minds and hearts be united. So all may enjoy peace and contentment. Vasudhaiva kutumbakam, vasudhaiva kutumbakam, vasudhaiva kutumbakam. Whole world is our family. O Almighty Paramatma, God, Malik, may you grant your all kinds of blessing to this beautiful rainbow nation, South Africa, and to whole world. May truth, love, and compassion, means Satya, Prem, Karuna, always be there in this beautiful nation. Let wealth and total health be here. Om Asatoma Sadagamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Almighty Paramatma may lead us from darkness to light, untruth to truth, and from mortality to immortality. South Africa Bhumini ki jai ho, Dharti Mata ki jai ho. May we love our country. May we love Mother Earth. Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi. Let there peace, peace, peace. Thank you. Pranam Vandan.
Thank you, Reverend Rodney Whiteman from the Western Cape Provincial Council of Church.
We call upon you, Creator divine, Creator of our universe and divine Parent of all nations, to look upon our nation and our leaders as we enter the 7th democratic era and embark on the next chapter of our journey as a nation. We look back over the 30 years of our democracy and celebrate all the good achieved. May we also learn from our mistakes, for many of our people still live in impoverished circumstances. Crime and corruption go unpunished, and sometimes it's the lack of political will for meaningful transformation. Many of our youth, especially the unemployed, feel a sense of hopelessness. Forgive us for our silences, our unwillingness to listen and to change for the good, and also our willingness to receive the challenge for accountability. We call on you, God, Creator, to open the minds and hearts of those who will govern us and will give us credible leadership on all levels of our national and provincial life. May they remember the calls for justice, equity, nation building, economic justice and growth, equal opportunity, freedom from poverty and crime, and the benefits of proper housing, education, and health for all. Open their hearts to listen to the cries of all living on the margins, disempowered, and respond with sincere servant leadership, respect, and compassion. Deliver the chambers of governance from siloed thinking and inertia. Enable them to think inclusively and, despite disagreements, find consensus and the courage to implement, so that the quality of life of all citizens will improve, that the potential of each person be freed, and to build a united democratic South Africa. By your Holy Spirit, breathe transformative life into these chambers of governance, so that all citizens will grow in confidence for our nation and leaders, helping us to transcend our despair into the ambience of sincere hopefulness. Unlock the potential of each member to serve our people and to uphold our constitutional values and principles with integrity. By your grace, you enable the voters to cast their votes. Let us hold on to our responsibility to pray for our leaders, to work with them for the common good, and with dignity to hold them to account on all levels. We make our prayer in the name of the one whose earthly life embodied our frail humanity, our broken environment, and our diversity, giving hope for a better life to the hopeless, courage to the voiceless and powerless, and challenge to those who hold power, even Jesus Christ. May justice prevail, so that peace may flow like a river and hope be assured. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much to all our religious leaders who are here. That concludes the proceedings for the day. Order, honorable members, may we still be seated? Members and guests are requested to remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The procession will leave the house in the following order: Acting Sergeant at Arms, the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, President-elect, Secretary of Parliament, and Secretary to the National Assembly. Chief Justice, the House is adjourned.
Charity will be very displeased.
And of course, that is the end of the processions for the first sitting of the National Assembly.
And Tshepo, as you have just heard the Speaker, we've concluded the business of today. The Speaker was elected, Ms. Thoko Didiza. The Deputy Speaker was elected, Ms. Annelien Lothrid. And now the President has been elected, which concludes the business that brought us together today as the National Assembly. Yeah, so we've seen what had transpired. We were part of it. We tried to make sure that South Africans are also part of it.
Of course, members are leaving. It's been a long day. It is exactly 19 minutes after 12. And it is the next day, of course, and we have to prepare for the NCOP. And that brings us to the end of our live coverage of the first sitting of the National Assembly. Today's historic agenda included the swearing in of members of the National Assembly, the election of the Speaker, and the election of the Deputy Speaker, and finally, the election of the President. These proceedings are a crucial part of our democracy, ensuring that our elected representatives are duly sworn in and ready to serve the people of South Africa.
Our day started early this morning as we began our coverage. There was much speculation about what this first sitting would be like, and as you have seen over the course of the day, the National Assembly has successfully been constituted and the office bearers elected.
Yes, indeed. Let me remind our viewers how elections in the sitting played out. The first election was that of the Speaker of the National Assembly, presided over by the Chief Justice. Two candidates, Ms. Thoko Didiza and Ms. Veronica Mende, were nominated for the position of Speaker. Ms. Mende received 49 votes, while Ms. Didiza was elected the Speaker of the National Assembly with 284 votes. The Speaker is the political head of the Assembly and has the responsibility to preside over the sittings of the House. Its internal committees, such as the NA Rules Committee and the NA Programming Committee, exercise executive authority and provide strategic direction and ensure the House effectively discharges its constitutional functions.
The second election was that of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, presided over by the newly elected Speaker. Two candidates, Mr. Vuyolwethu Zungula and Dr. Annelien Lothrid, were nominated for the position of Deputy Speaker. Mr. Zungula received 54 votes, while Dr. Lothrid was elected Deputy Speaker with 273 votes. According to the National Assembly rules, whenever the Speaker is absent or unable to perform the functions of his or her office, or when that office is vacant, the Deputy Speaker must act as the Speaker. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly presides over a sitting of House whenever requested to do so. She also presides over the meetings of the Rules Committee, the Programming Committee when the Speaker is absent or when requested to do so.
Of course, the last election, which was just resolved, was for the President of the Republic of South Africa. Now, two candidates, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who was nominated by Mr. Mdumiseni Nduli of the ANC, and Mr. Julius Malema, nominated by Mr. Ngabayomzi Kwankwa of the UDM for the position of President. Mr. Julius Malema received 44 votes, while Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa was elected President of the Republic with 283 votes. The proceedings we have witnessed today area reflection of democratic values enshrined in our Constitution. And the office bearers elected today are crucial for maintaining order, guiding legislative procedures, and providing leadership within the Assembly and the Republic. Thank you for joining us on this significant day. Tune in tomorrow from 8:30 for our live coverage of the first sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Until then, I am Tepo Mori.
And I am Tembinkosi Ngoma. And
Thank you for watching Parliament TV. Good night.
Cheers.